Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we are going to go forward with our weekly collective tarot reading. And what I mean by that is a tarot reading done for the collective. And not just the collective of every idiot on planet Earth, but specifically the collective of individuals who are on this vibration of self-mastery, of understanding the secrets of the ways of nature and the intentions of the human race. In other words, magical patterns and the subconscious mind. Because really that's all magic is. I was looking into the definition or an interpretation of the Magician card, and I love the way that they broke it down. They said essentially the Magician card represents having the skill in the secret ways of nature and an understanding in the hidden intentions of man. And like I saw right away, that's talking about the patterns of nature and the subconscious mind. So literally, shadow work is like half of the magical understanding. The other half is understanding the patterns of nature. It just makes sense. And that's all there is to focus on, right? Everything else is a distraction. Everything else is a distraction. So I hope that you are prepared to receive your collective tarot reading. And if you would like to get an individualized personal reading, we can do that as well. Just hit the link in my description to this video. All right, so peace, greetings, and welcome to everybody present. Good to see you, good to see you. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Rocking and rolling. Peace Nafrayu. Didn't we have a meeting today? Oh yeah, let's get with it. I should probably turn on my light, that's for sure. Well, let's fix that first. There we go. There we go. Good as blue. All right. Peace, peace. Peace and greetings. Peace, Jason. Peace, peace. Hazard pie. Fresh out the hot grease. Moisturized. Extra crispy. Gregory Jones. Peace, peace. MC Maestro. Shalom. Let's get with it. Let's get with it. So, at this point in time, we've got the moon in the house of Virgo, and we have the sun in Taurus. So as you can tell right away, both of these are earth signs. The energy today is very earthy. Mutable earth and fixed earth. I wonder how that combination of symbols works together. I wonder how it works together. So if you are just now joining, which is everybody, go ahead and be so kind and hit the like button. With this being the land of YouTube, likes, comments, and engagement are priceless. So please, if you are under the sound of my voice and you are witnessing the visions on this white fur thing, go ahead and hit the like button. All right, Nafrayu, he says, I didn't know if that was for the last class or not. I'll reschedule. Okay, well, yeah, if we did it for the first class, then you don't have to. But if the second class is your first time, then yeah. Gotta understand, I see a lot of names. I don't always, see the face. I'm sure as soon as I see you, I'll remember who you are, if you already took the first class. All right, so let's get our minds right. Let's get our focus up. It is Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Yesterday was Tuesday. Just making sure. I'll tell you what, man. Time. What the hell is time? If you're not paying attention to this stuff, man, it really just, I don't know, just blazes on by. Which I'm not mad at. I don't mind. I think it's kind of cool. But geez Louise. 24 hours don't feel like 24 hours anymore. That's a fact. That's a fact, Jack. Raphael is cool but rude. Michelangelo is a party dude. Michelangelo is a party dude. Alright, so let's get with this collective reading, or I should say tarot reading for the collective. For the corrective. MC Macho says, I didn't feel it at first, but shit. Yeah, man. I've been feeling it for years, but I can feel that it has certainly accelerated even more. And it wasn't even like gradually getting faster. It's like a jump happened very recently. I can't pinpoint exactly when, but I want to say within the last 6 months or so, time has begun to accelerate even faster than it did before. You feel me? So yes, peace and greetings to all my favorite people. Anna Molly, peace, good evening, good evening. Natural Sister, peace and welcome back. Welcome back. Fat Tony, peace, my friend. Love to see your consistency. Love to see your dedication to the work, my brother. Peace to you. Sly, peace. Nafraia says it's my first time. Got confused because it said November. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, just go ahead and reschedule. Hazard Pie says, do you think time speeds up as people's concentration spans decrease and it kind of affects the matrix? That's an interesting observation for sure. Attention spans, yeah. I don't know. I think it has to do with, the general statement that the vibration is increasing, that it's rising, right? The vibration. And what vibration is that? I believe that the quality of consciousness that is affordable to a large part of existence is actually becoming more refined. I think that the quality of consciousness that's available to most of the living creatures is actually becoming more refined, more purified. And what does purification entail when it comes to consciousness and matter? Purification entails the individual having a better realization that consciousness is not matter, right? So impurity is when consciousness believes that it is matter. Impurity is when consciousness believes that it is matter, and it believes that it is entrapped and encased and engrossed with matter and identifies with matter. That is impurity. Impurity has nothing to do with sex or not taking a bath or any of that. Impurity has to do with consciousness believing that it's matter. And I believe that whether it's because of work that's being done, or maybe it's just within the cycle that we are currently in, I believe the quality of consciousness that is largely available to most people is increasing, in the fact that perhaps more people are naturally coming to the point where they're able to experience non-attachment. I think that that's what might be affecting this whole thing. Now, whether, like I said, whether or not it's because we're doing work or it's just the time cycle, I don't know, because it's hard to say that when you look and see the state of society. But then again, what we see is not the whole picture, right? I know that there are a lot of us doing work, but at the same time, it's not what we do, it's who we are that makes this thing rotate, right? Wheel of Fortune. It's not what we do, it's who we are that makes this wheel turn. It doesn't matter what you do. That's why the Christians can say you can kill, rape, steal, and pillage, but as long as you ask for forgiveness, right, and accept Christ in your heart, you'll go to heaven, right? It doesn't matter what you do. It's who you are. And when you recognize and accept and really embrace who you are, which is a living soul, a living God, right? And you accept and embrace what you are, that's what changes this whole thing. That's why state is so important when it comes to manifestation, right? What state that you occupy most of the time. That has everything to do with how your manifestation works. But yeah, I believe that because of that change, we're experiencing something that is much closer to the unification of consciousness, something that is closer to being at one with the universe, so to speak. Because at one with the universe would include an experience of timelessness and even spacelessness. I probably went way to the left as far as what your question was, but hey, or not even question, what your statement, observation was. MC Maestro says, so Trav, are you saying that master's causing drama that represents refinement upgrades the collective? Ah, that could possibly be another thing. Causing drama that represents refinement. Or we could even just say that drama, quote unquote, is a manifestation of the purification process. Because again, it's not what we do. What we do is an after effect. What we do is an expression of the vibration that exists already. What we do is the manifestation and the result of something that already took place within. Regardless if it's, the president or Diddy or whatever person takes your attention, right? Or who you give your attention to, I should say. Framestar Films, peace. Good talking to you the other day. Straight Panther, peace and greetings, my bro. How are you doing? Kevin Wise, peace. Hakeem Lamidi, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. MC Maestro says, got tripped up the other day thinking about what space is and that there is no real definition. Interesting. No real definition of what space is. I think we lack definition of most things, honestly. I mean, hell, what is a rock? What the hell is dirt? We can't even make dirt. I was thinking about something earlier today. Listen, it's Virgo, Moon, Taurus, Earth. And I know for me that vibration, that frequency translates to me doing a little bit of house cleaning. So that's what I was doing, right? Cleaning up the house and arranging stuff. And following that vibration allowed my mind to wander a bit and opened up some new ideas. Or I should say some new flavors of old ideas. And one of the things I went to thinking about was the Oath of Abyss. We're just going to talk for just a little bit and then we'll get to the reading. I was thinking about the Oath of Abyss, right? And how that is like literally one of the levels and stages that you have to cross on this journey, right? And if you didn't cross it yet, there's a lot of things that I'll say, there's a lot of things that books will tell you that you inherently won't understand because you don't occupy that state of consciousness, the oath of abyss. And essentially the oath of abyss is when you come to the realization that all of existence is a conversation between you and God, nothing else, right? And when you come to that stage, everything is different and it gets deeper. But that's that's what you realize when you enter the door for real, right? Because until you hit that point, you're going to be buying objects and accumulating objects and attempting to perform magic, believing that the objects are doing it, right? You're going to continue to believe that you have enemies to fight, right? That you've got this grand mission that you have to fight against the bad guys and save the world, right? We've all been there, right? And it's funny because when you're in that stage, it's hard to get out of it, right? Because what do you mean there are no enemies? I'm looking at what they're doing over here, and they're killing us, and they're taking all of our loosh, and there's reptilians, and there's priests of Saturn and Illuminati, and there's a bunch of enemies. Hell, there's cops killing black people, and there's all Bill Gates is buying farms, right? But the thing you have to realize is none of that shit has anything to do with you, first and foremost. And secondly, every person and situation is merely a reflection of an internal process, right? Because you're not the body, right? You are something that is dreaming a dream. And every aspect of this dream is just a reflection of processes happening within. But if you get caught up, you make that initial sin, right? The original sin, which is what I described before as impurity. Your consciousness begins to identify with and believe that you are matter. That's the original sin. That is impurity, for a consciousness to believe that it is matter. Once you do that, nothing you do will succeed. At least success would be defined as liberation and an understanding and expansion of consciousness, right? If that is success, then nothing you do will succeed if you identify as matter. So until you reach the stage called the Oath of the Abyss, you will continue to identify as matter and see reality as a separation from matter, right? So, we think about this guy right here. Big ass card. You think about this guy here. And Fool, right? The Fool. What we're dealing with here is perception, right? Understand that perception equals reality. Reality affects perception. Life has no meaning. Everything you experience is meaningless. But it's our perception of our experience that allows us to give it meaning. 1111 means absolutely nothing, right? These cards mean absolutely nothing. But our perception of them gives them meaning. And through that meaning, we alter reality. And it's an endless cycle. It's an endless loop that continues. Sunshine Chick, peace. Always good to see you. So when your perception veers more toward the direction of wisdom, what you'll start to find is that the wisdom of the wise looks like foolishness to somebody who isn't wise. So literally a statement that says there are no enemies, that seems like foolishness to someone who identifies with matter. You get that? And look at the sun in the background. Soul, right? Understanding that the avatar is only an avatar, a character in the play, right? That's the real deal right there. That's the dreaming God. The dreaming God has a body, and we look at it in the sky every day. And that dreaming God has an avatar, right? And this is the avatar walking around the world as a fool, As a fool. Well, I drew a picture, but I can't find it now. Bobby Tucker says, Trav, do you consider yourself a scholar? I mean, no, because that word does not appear in my head at any point of the day. So I'll have to say no. I don't. That word does not pop up in my head at all. So anyways, as far as the Oath of the Abyss is concerned, you know, that's going to really affect and because I talked about perception, right? Your perception of reality alters reality, right? Nothing is real, nothing is true, nothing makes sense. But how you perceive it is how you're going to experience. Oh, there it is. There it is, right? Perception and reality, perception and reality. And there's varying levels of this whole consciousness matter. Like there's different levels. People who are, for the most part, existing out there in the world, they believe that they are their body, right? They believe that they are their body and they are walking around in their immediate environment. And then outside of their immediate environment is the outside world. And they believe that all these things are separated and don't relate to each other, right? Don't relate to each other. But here's the thing. Once you start to get into consciousness and understanding who and what you are, and you accept that reality is but a conversation between you and God, right? Now that's a perception. That reality is simply a conversation between you and God. A lot of stuff stops mattering and different things become important. So check this out. If you believe that you are your body, right? If you identify with that body as what and who you are, the beginning and the end of it, then you're going to behave differently in your immediate environment, aka your personal life, right? And you're also not going to see how you are connected to the outside world. Like you're going to think that the outside world is just this, you know, this space that you exist in. But the more that you do things like meditation and, you know, spiritual practice, you come into a higher understanding, a more subtle understanding of self. And most of us identify with the mind, right? Now that's a really close level to where you want to be. And I want to say that's where most of you are at, except for the bots who come in here and say dumb shit. But alas, they're part of the program too. Most of us believe that we are a mind and we're thinking. We're looking at our perspective through this mind of thoughts and calculations, etc. And we're able to observe the body and observe the patterns of the body, right? Observe how that body moves and grooves and all that other stuff. And you can also see how that body has an effect on your life, on your immediate environment, right? And you might start being able to connect the dots on how your observation of your body and your environment affects the outside world. Oh, but what can just one person do? You got to understand that if perception affects reality and reality affects perception, if you grab a hold of this handle, right, this lever, you can turn the world upside down. You think you're small, you think you don't have an effect on everything out there, but I tell you, what does anybody know that quote by Atlas? Or not, it wasn't by Atlas, it was by some philosopher in like the 19th century or something like that. He said, if you can show me the fulcrum, I can show you how to move the world, or something like that. Basically what he's saying, if you can show me that one pivotal point of weakness, right, that pivotal point of malleability, I can show you how to alter everything. Somebody might be familiar with that quote. I know some of y'all read books. But in any case, what happens with meditation and what happens with this higher level of understanding? Richard Tracy says Archimedes or something. I think it was Archimedes. I think it is. But yeah, he said a quote like that, and it's an extremely powerful quote. Peace and greetings, Richard Tracy. Good to see you. Starlion says, Trav, you're dropping some heat right now. Sheesh. Hey man, there's a lot of people out there who claim to be able to do this shit, but that's their power, is having a claim. So look at this now. What you are is consciousness. What you are is consciousness. And you might say, yeah, Trav, I know that. But I invite you to challenge that assumption that you know that and prove it to yourself. Look now, your consciousness, that's what you are. Now, the consciousness from this position, you're able to observe the mind at work. You're able to observe the mind as it goes through its ups and its downs, its lefts, its rights, what causes it to think a certain way, and how it affects the body. You're able to see these two levels of reality, right? And then you're able to see how the mind and the body connect to the immediate environment, right? Obviously, if you don't feel like folding up your laundry and putting it away, you're going to have a pile of laundry, right? You begin to see how the mind, the body, and the immediate environment operate, right? I didn't fold up my laundry. And you just might see how even that begins to affect the outside world. Now, here's how this connects to the oath of the abyss. The oath of the abyss is what? A conversation, when you realize that all of reality is a conversation between you and God. I only named two people, or two sides of the coin here, you and God, right? Now, you're probably going to identify with one of those things, aren't you? You're probably going to identify with one of those things, because I only named two. And that presupposes that you are one of those two, doesn't it? Right? A presupposition is an assumption. You assume that you're going to be one of the other. You're probably going to be the you. Right? That's what you're going to think. So check this out now. The oath of the abyss really has to do with where this line of separation happens. Most people, that line of separation between you and God, that line is going to be here. So they believe that all of reality is a conversation between your body and your environment, forgetting that there's also this layer of mind and this layer of consciousness. And the less evolved that you are, the further out is going to be your seat of operation. But the more refined you are, the higher up is going to be your base of operations. So when I say this conversation between you and God, you're going to see that all of reality is a conversation between consciousness and everything else. Look, everything else is going to be the environment. Your mind is the environment. Your body is part of the environment, dude. You think that you're the body. Your body's part of the environment, right? You think about your room that you're in right now, or your car, your living room, whatever, your space. That's your environment. And so is the body. The body's your environment. That's why you try to eat well, right? Or that's why you try to smoke and drink to make the body feel a certain kind of way. It's an environment, and you want to be comfortable in it. Guess what? The mind is an environment too. All of these things are an environment. They fit like Russian dolls, piece inside of the other. The mind fits into the body fits into the environment fits into the outside world. But all that is one thing that's in conversation with consciousness. Purusha Prakriti. You hear what I'm saying here? And if you can realize that mind, body, environment, and outside world are all one substance. Her name is Prakriti, by the way. When you realize that mind, body, your life, and the world is all one substance, you can start to understand how consciousness is none of that. It's simply observing. And you can start to understand that perception is reality. As you observe these things, you can flip that switch, you can pull that lever, and all of those layers will begin to shift. Does anybody understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Because here's another thing, right? If you haven't reached that level, this level of this oath of the abyss, you're going to think that there's times where this game is not at play, right? You might be walking through Walmart and you know, the animal brain will kick back in, and you'll scratch up your ass in public or dig up your nose in public, right? And then maybe you'll run into somebody and your human brain will kick back on. But see, sometimes you might think that there's times where God isn't watching, or you think that there's times where it's not spiritual, right? Or you'll do something like, oh shit, let me go out here and hit this black and mild, right? Not that any of these things are inherently bad, but what I'm illustrating is that there are times where the body performs against the better judgment of the will or of the mind, right? And you just do things on autopilot, right? If you're still going on autopilot like that, it might be time to consider, did you really understand that all this is an illusion? Are you operating from this level of pure consciousness? Because when you're at this level of pure consciousness, there are no times where you dip into the animal body and forget that you're a god, right? All right, we'll save that for another video. Because really that was gonna be a whole video on itself, but I figured I'd just talk about it now because it was on my mind. But anyways, you guys don't want to hear that. You want to get to this tarot collective reading. Let's do it then. Let's do it then. Moon in Virgo, Sun in the Taurus. Beauty and the Beast, the sexy analyst, and the raging bull. Well, not really a raging bull, right? He's more chilling, eating grass, taking a nap. Good old Taurus. C. Maine, peace and greetings. Al Din, peace and greetings. MC Maestro says, history has shown me something similar. A few small opportunities that change the fate of billions. Right place, right time. Finding that fulcrum. Somebody ought to find that quote. I think it is Archimedes. Starline says, is love key in that conversation? You're going to have to define what love is, what love means. Like, what does that word mean to you? What does that word mean to you? All right. All right. All right. Just remember that the original sin is consciousness believing that it is matter. Purusha and Prakriti operate best when they know who they are. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. What was that? No more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I love that song. When I was back in my smoking weed days, I used to have this like mixtape full of chopped and screwed songs. And somebody chopped and screwed that song up so perfectly. They even had the video with it. It was like a whole visual mixtape. It was on YouTube, just to keep it real. And like they had all these videos and like the songs were chopped and screwed, and there were like all these vaporwave graphics with like skulls and statues floating around. Man. That was great. But anyways, Nikki Renee says, post it. I'd love to, but I lost it. It's deleted, and I had it downloaded, but that computer crashed, so maybe someday. Anyways, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All right, light. I need you to not reflect so hard. Not reflect so hard. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. That's my favorite song to play on Fortnite Guitar Hero. Or Main Stage, as it's called. All right, here we go. Let's begin. So, we're at a time now where we are in a state of self-reflection, very much reflection. Water of water, Queen of Cups. The Queen represents the watery aspect. Cups, of course, is water. Right now, we're in a state of self-reflection. We're really thinking about life, what we've been through. Notice how she's facing the left. We're looking into the past. What we've been through, how everything has really led up to where we are. And for some of us, what we're doing is, maybe it might be a defense mechanism, I don't know, but maybe some of us are kind of being what those around us want us to be, right? Instead of attempting to stir up waves or trouble or breaking free, I think a lot of us are kind of going along with the program. Not in a sense of giving up, but right now we're in somewhat of a dormant state. It's been kind of a wild ride these past couple of months. And I think right now, as we reflect, I think some of us are kind of retreating into ourselves for an experience of self-reflection. Now, this is a good thing because we intuitively understand that we're on the verge of victory. This is coming very soon. For some of y'all, it's already here, but we're on the very crossing point between then and now, between the struggle and the success, right? Some of us are right there. And I think intuitively, as we feel it, we're taking just a moment to count our blessings, to recount our steps of how we got to this point, and to really, for some of us, to really experience and express gratitude, right? Gratitude for where we've been, what we came through, and the work that we put in and where we're going, right? Some of us are really able to stop and reflect, right? Now, some of us might be looking back and thinking about missed opportunities, right? You might be thinking about something you didn't do and you should have done, right? You may even be having doubts. Well, will this really work? Am I really about to cross over, right? Am I really about to get what I asked for? Am I really about to manifest this thing, right? Put those doubts aside. Have gratitude for whatever you've been through, for better or for worse. Have gratitude for whatever you've been through to get you to this point, regardless of whether it's good, bad, whatever. Because right around the corner is this state of success, this state of victory, right? Challenge overcome. It's about to be time to celebrate. Some of y'all have been working very hard, and this is very much due and expected. Like I said, working hard. Some of us have been putting in the work. And understand that this isn't the end. This isn't the grand finale. Success in life comes in stages, right? It comes in stages and steps. You've overcome a certain level of obstacles. You've overcome a certain thing. Yes, and as I speak this, I'm seeing it in my life right now, right? We've overcome a certain thing before, right? Because all these readings are connected. I guess in a way I'm guiding you through your current episode here. But there has been something that Spirit has been telling you the past couple of weeks. Focus only on the manifestation. Focus only on the manifestation. Don't spend any amount of energy on the distractions. Don't spend any amount of energy on people who might be causing you or inspiring you to feel negative or anything like that, right? Don't spend any energy on them. And some of y'all have been doing that. Good on you. Congratulations. You're awesome. You're doing your work, right? Stayed focused on what you're trying to manifest. Stay focused on the new paradigm for those of y'all who are on the frequency. You did that. Now listen, that was a lesson. That was a new skill that you've developed. Hold on to that and keep that, right? Because moving forward throughout life, it ain't over now. It ain't over. It's funny, sometimes I play Fortnite with my crew. You know, we'll sit here and we'll be going to battle against a certain team. We might take down one or two people and be ready to celebrate, but somebody be like, it ain't over, right? Because here comes the other two remainders of that squad, right? While we wanted to celebrate the hard fight, we gotta wrap it up. There's still two more people to take down, right? Then we can dance and emote. Well, that's what's happening right here. You're about halfway through. You knocked out some of these issues that have been troubling you. You've overcome, I should say, some of these issues because you stayed focused on the right thing. Right. Kennard says third parties lurking. Exactly, right? You might take out one squad, but hey, all that noise you just made, you might have attracted something else. Once the coast is clear, then we can celebrate. But understand, this is a time of victory. You have overcome, but hey, you know what I'm saying? The next part of the mission is right around the corner, right? And this is not a bad thing, right? Matter of fact, this is a great thing. You're making progress. This is progress. You're doing it. You're doing it. Celebrate within, right? Go maybe cheat on your diet or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Get you a slice of cake. But you know, if you got sugar issues, don't do that. Serious Suit 888, peace. I played some Apex with Serious Suit. It was only one match because he jumped on when I was about to get off. But yeah, speaking of which, right? It ain't time to celebrate until the coast is completely clear. Now listen, Serious Suit, I haven't played Apex Legends in years. So that was literally my first game in a long time. Not first game, but first, you know what I'm saying. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Apex and Fortnite are two different worlds, and I love them both. But yeah, like I was saying, you might have taken out the immediate issue, but understand there's still work to be done. That's great. That's great. Let's keep going. Look, Ace of Pentacles. Some of you all who are very sensitive to the atmosphere, sensitive to the vibrations, and sensitive to what's going on, you have noticed that very recently, sometime last week, there was a shift of energy to where an earlier time, maybe a couple years ago, an earlier time where things might have been a bit more fun, a bit easier, you might have been a bit more happy. You may start to feel that time frame, that essence, that energy has come back around, right? Some of y'all who are sensitive have noticed that within the past week or so, the spiritual weather has changed. It's been a resurgence of something that was here several years ago. Well, this is coming back around to everybody here on the frequency. That's what Phil Valentine used to say, Dr. Valentine, right? For those of you on the frequency, I get what he means now. For those of y'all who are on this frequency, new opportunity is on the way, right? And it's going to be an opportunity that you had before, and for whatever reason, you no longer have it, but it's coming back around. It's another opportunity. I'm not saying you lost it. You know, maybe its time was done, but there's something that you enjoyed in the past that's making its way back to you, right? And this is a very pleasant offering to the senses. Now, this could be abundance of money or a thing, right? Access to a thing. This could also be something nice to look at, nice to hear, right? Maybe you stumbled across some old music. I've been pulling up some old music I haven't listened to in a very long time, and that's very pleasurable to me, right? Check this out. Two of Cups. So we're dealing with an exchange that is mutually beneficial, right? So this energy that's coming back around that hasn't been here in a few years, this is very good energy, and it's going to help to improve your state because you've somewhat mastered the ability now of focusing on the goal and not wasting energy on the problem. Because you are able to stay solution oriented, you're going to find that life now is going to be offering more opportunities for you to experience people and scenarios that give to you, that give back to you, right? As opposed to people who take away. This really is about frequency and vibration. If you're around people who are of a lower frequency than you, they have no choice but to take, right? Because that's how things work. When you have hot water, which is a high frequency, high vibrating, and you put cold water in there, it's going to lower the frequency because it has to come to a common balance. Likewise, if you're around people that are lower vibrating than you, in other words, their consciousness believes that they're matter and they're wrapped up in the illusion, right? And they don't even realize it. If you surround yourself with those kind of people, they naturally start to bring you down to their level because you can't bring them up. They don't want to be brought up. You don't want to be saved. So what you're going to find is that you're coming into a time and a space where you're able to be around more people and have more opportunities and scenarios for things to be of a mutual exchange, right? People who give to you, scenarios who give to you, so that you're not always giving, being drained. Right? Let's do one more. Right? So look, again, keep your guard up because it's not over. And I don't mean keep your guard up as in expect something to cause pain or fear. What I'm saying is don't get comfortable. Don't just kick back, relax, and say, oh, it's done. Because one of the things to understand is that too much indulgence in the reward will cause the will to weaken, right? And you won't be as fiery to take up the next challenge, right? In other words, you get lazy. Protect against getting lazy, right? Keep your guard up against laziness and complacency. Not some person or not some group or not some shadow enemy, some projection. No, guard against your own laziness, right? Guard against your own laziness and accept that there is a potential for that. And that should be something that helps to keep you focused. Look, right now we're in a time of reflection, right? Or you're just now coming out of a time of reflection. Thinking back to all that you've learned, all that you've accomplished, all that you've worked on. And understand that you're moving now into a stage of victory. Congratulations, you passed the test, right? We are shifting now. It's a new energetic shift. There's a new playing field. The environment has changed, as it always does, right? You'll always hear people talking about, oh, a shift just happened. Shifts happen all the time, right? The moon shifts into a new sign every 2-3 days. The sun shifts into a new sign every 30 days. There's always shifts happening, right? Some are bigger and more noticeable and more impactful, and some are negligible in terms of perception. But there has been a pretty strong shift recently, and this is a shift of you being able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Now understand, there's still work to be done. This isn't the end, right? This isn't the end. Still work to be done, and that's great. You're graduating and you're moving up, reaching new levels, becoming better at this whole thing. As you should. You put in the work. New opportunities are arriving. New opportunities. And this is going to come in the form of something that you've experienced before and you've enjoyed it. And you're about to get more of it. If you're open to that now. If you're open to it. Your life may have changed in the past couple of years to where that new thing might not take up as much of your focus. But there will be opportunities here for, some new spice in the cabinet. Now, that new spice in the cabinet may very well likely include meeting new people or invoking new scenarios that will be more of a mutual exchange as opposed to being around scenarios and people that drain you and pull and take from your cup. Your life is moving towards a space where the exchange will be on an even playing field, and you won't just be surrounded by people who just take energetically. There will be some who are on the same level of you, and there are some who are above you who will be able to give to you. That's a great thing because that's how you grow. And ultimately, at the end of all this, keep your guard up against your own laziness, right? Keep your guard up against your own laziness. You've done a lot of work mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You've done a lot of work recently. Stay consistent with it because, yes, you have every right to enjoy yourself and celebrate, but be on the lookout for the third party known as laziness, complacency. Back in my Halo days, I used to play Halo 3 a lot. I love that game so much. We used to call the third party Dirty Sanchez, right? So here comes Dirty Sanchez. You might have just gotten through a knockdown, drag-out battle with somebody. Your shields are low, your ammo's weak, you got to recharge, ran out of grenades. And here comes the Dirty Sanchez, right? With a rocket launcher. Protect against that Dirty Sanchez known as laziness, known as complacency, right? You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Keep it up. That's the collective reading right there. That's the collective reading. Let me know how that sounds for you. Let me know how this sounds for you. Are you somebody who's been putting in the work? Are you somebody that is right now self-reflecting? Are you somebody that has crossed over and had the celebration and the victory? Right? This is actually where I'm at right now. Or are you somebody who has celebrated and is also realizing there's more work to be done? Are you somebody who's experienced, you know what I'm saying, something coming back from the past? I just mentioned, you know what I'm saying, I played Apex yesterday for the first time in years. Like, those kind of things, those have definitely been happening for me. Like, things that have been coming back from years ago. Obviously, it's more than just that. But I'm saying as an example, things that might come back from the past that you might have enjoyed, right? Offering a sense of fulfillment that you may not have had in a while. Understand that these things are coming to give you opportunities for that mutual exchange. Opportunities for you to not be so drained and used, and an opportunity for you to receive, right? It's your turn to experience the good things in life. It's your turn to be able to have some support, right? To have a little bit of backup. To have somebody to talk to who actually understands what you're saying and not going to call you crazy. How many of y'all think that sounds nice? All these ideas and realizations, you know, spiritually, and it's like you realize that there's like nobody to talk to about it. That can be frustrating. It can. But you know what? That's fine, because these realizations, these eye-opening downloads, they're for you, right? All of reality is a conversation between you and God. It's for you. It's not necessarily something you're supposed to be broadcasting and sharing with people who don't care, really, right? At best, they'll smile and nod. Bless their hearts. But like this type of information we're dealing with, that's why I say on the frequency. This type of information that we're dealing with, you have to earn that, right? Like you have to really slowly refine your mind to where you can understand this type of info. You can't just drop it on somebody. So these downloads are for you. Your downloads that you get during meditation and astral travel and the work that you put in. It would be nice to share with people, but don't really get upset that you can't. Or hell, maybe you do have somebody. Maybe you are at that point where you do have someone, or maybe a group or something like that, where you can share these ideas, and that's awesome. But again, don't get locked up or stuck in any of that. As Framestar Films just said, don't sit back on your laurels. Still some more work to do, still some more crafting to do. We're getting there. We're getting there. Straight Panther still or on the toilet. Yes. Make sure you're standing up when it's appropriate. Cool beans. I think a lot of people are feeling this reading. That's great. That is great. Etheric says, this all resonates. Appreciate the heads up. I've been working through this energy. Yes. Yes. Animali says, an old project from my past has come back alive for sure. That's great, right? This might be an opportunity, right? Look into and see if it relates to this. See if it is an opportunity for that mutual exchange. Sirius Suit 888 says, celebrating my growth, but not being content in my goals, but sitting in the bliss as it's there passing. Yes, yes. Christina Smith, peace, peace. Hakeem Lamidi says, bro, I haven't traded options in over 2 years and it's now surrounding me. It's just the confidence and the work I've put in over the years. It's crazy, Trav. Yeah, man, gotta love it. Got to love it. I'm telling you, like, a lot of us are feeling that, and it's kind of cool. My cousin brought that up to me. You know, he just mentioned that this recent shift that has happened, there's a lot of stuff that is coming back. To him, he interpreted this signal as being from a couple months ago, but when I focused on it, I interpreted that what was coming back was actually from years ago. And maybe that was the truth for him, but the truth for me was that this is some stuff that's coming back from a few years. But yeah, man, that's what I love about this work, right? You start to develop psychic ability, and what psychic ability really is being able to have a refined perception of what's happening around you, right? Like, anybody can see that the sun's coming up and going down. Even very simple creatures who barely have eyes can detect light and darkness. But there are other subtle vibrations that surround you at all times. And if you refine your sensitivity, you'll be able to pull data from those subtle vibrations. And when you learn to trust your intuition and develop that voice and learn how to communicate symbolically, right? When you expand your library of correspondences, I'm telling you some real shit right here. This is how psychic ability works. When you are able to feel and hear and see those subtle vibrations, and you're able to glean out the symbols, you can start to tell what's going to happen. You can tell what is happening. You can tell what has happened. Like, psychic ability is real, and it has everything to do with your ability to perceive these subtle vibrations and interpret them. It's really cool. I had like 3 in a row earlier today when I said I was cleaning out my house. Like, I pulled all the chairs out from the table and I was sweeping, and like I was doing this, that, and the third, and I stopped. I just stopped. Then I went to the kitchen and boom, it was 11:11. I thought that was cool in itself. So then I went to go put the chairs back under the table, and something told me to open up the door and let some fresh air in. So I open up the door and I go outside and look over the porch balcony thing. And I look down there and I see this massive tortoise. He's just sitting there, like, in this little space where the sun is shining and it's like not obscured by the shadows, and he's just sitting there getting some sun. It was an interesting looking tortoise. Like, he was, you know, dark green with a very smooth shell and a long pointy head. His head was like pointy, and he kind of had like an albino patch, right? I don't remember what it's called when your skin has like a, you know, like the white part, but his head was like that. His head was like albino, like he was missing some pigment there. And he was just sitting there sunning, and I was like, whoa, this is really cool. Like, just randomly I see 11:11, and then the subtle vibration tells me to go look outside, and I see this tortoise. And after I watch the tortoise, you know, he gets his sun and then he goes back into the shaded area. I come back and I'm like, okay, so what's the symbology of 11:11? What's the symbology of a tortoise, right? What came to me was persistence. What came to me was patience, right? Because think about how classically a tortoise is slow, right? And it slowly moves through, slowly walks through, doing its thing. And think about the tortoise getting sunlight. When I say expand your library of correspondences, like that's how you're able to look at a situation like that and just really pull out from your subconscious mind what it could mean. And remember what I said at the very beginning of this video, everything means nothing. Reality is inherently meaningless. However, it's what you perceive and how you perceive it that gives these vibrations, that turns them into communications. Ro Rockin says, vitiligo tortoise. That is so cute. Thank you. Vitiligo. That was the word I was looking for. Cool, cool. All right. So I got Stray Panther up. Stray Panther, is this going to be a general reading, or is this going to be a specific question? Void Stranger, peace. And Amali says, my thing is a throwback to 2006 and 2012. Yeah, so maybe it's different for everybody, right? That would make sense. I'm so happy about mine. My throwback represented a very peaceful environment and a very creative time, and I feel it. I so feel it. The Digital Alchemist says, amazing reading. Thank you. Ordino G says, how do I get rid of a black cloud? So are we talking like vape type cloud, or are we talking like big black thunderstorm cloud? Because if it's a vape style cloud, I mean, all you have to do is blow through it. If it's a thunderstorm type cloud, then the best way is to wait for it to pass, because most things don't last forever, especially a thunderstorm. Searsu 888 says, was using the psychic arc at work. It's working a lot for me. A lot last week. Had a lot of results. Awesome, awesome. Glad to hear that you're still grinding with it. Straight Panther says the world card equals tortoise. Ah, you know what? The world card is another graduation, isn't it? That's another graduation. That's cool. Anna Molly says Kame House, Trev. Yeah. Oh, yes. The original pervy sage. Okay, both general with spirit guide message. Okay. Okay. General with spirit guide message. Let's do it. Straight Panther says mythology is a science. Isn't it though? Isn't it? Breathe, my friends. Breathe. Because let me tell you something, most people don't breathe. Very shallow, short breaths. It's not good for you. Inhale. Allow that prana to touch the bottom of your lungs. Exhale all the way. Recycle. Oh yeah, that's right. I was singing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles earlier. Raphael is cool but rude. Michelangelo is a party dude. Hell yeah. That's funny. Bum 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 bum. Splinter taught them to be ninja teens. Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines. That's a fact, Jack. Raphael is cool but rude. Michelangelo is a party dude. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Starline says those 80s, 90s jingles were fire. Man, they don't make them like they used. Like, them 80s, 90s jingles, that was an art in itself, man. Them jingles made you want to buy them toys. You remember the Crossfire commercial? Crossfire, you get caught up in the crossfire. Then you hit that high note at the end. I needed a Crossfire game. I needed one. Crossfire, crossfire, crossfire. Why did they go that hard for a damn board game? Why? I tell you what. See, kids don't have that. Matter of fact, my son comes this weekend. We're gonna watch a bunch of jingles for old school board games and toys. He has to learn it. Don't nothing beat that Crossfire, boy. That man put his heart in that damn jingle. But yeah, we don't have jingles no more. All we have is hit me up on Snap. Check out my Insta. Yo, young folks don't know about them jingles. All right. Let's get to this reading, shall we? MC Maestro says, a girl I decided to let go of yesterday likes Ninja Turtles. Maybe that is your victory celebration and graduation. I don't know the scenario, but you said that you let go of, so there must have been good reason. Tailspin, tailspin. Yeah, I don't remember that one all the way, but I know it was good. That Darkwing Duck theme song, boy. Swooping through the shadows, champion of night. Somewhere some villain schemes, the bad guys are out of luck. 'Cause here comes Darkwing Duck, look out! And there's trouble, you call DW. Darkwing Duck, let's get dangerous. Better watch out, you bad boys. They don't even put effort into that shit no more, man. Oh, Rescue Rangers, yes. Chip and Dale, Rescue Ranger, Chip and Dale, full of danger. Yeah, they don't do that no more. Y'all better look at them jingles, man. That energy is gone. That's what I say about that old school music, man. That energy came, did what it was supposed to do, and got the hell up out of here. I don't know what this energy is for today. Maybe it's just to show us what we no longer have. But like I said on the previous live stream, we used to make music. I miss when we used to make music. That I don't think that we've made music as a species in quite a while. That's quite a while. All right, but anyways, let's get to these readings because I see that some people are ready for their readings. We're going to start with Straight Panther. This one's going to be general, and this is going to be spirit message. All right. Mommy's alive. Are you all in love with this song yet? Gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. Na, 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 na. They are the gummy bears. Yeah, I remember the Gummy Bears theme song. Straight Panther says you're an OG if you remember the Gummy Bears cartoon. Yeah, I loved that one. All right, let's get to your reading. Look who has made a reappearance. Queen of Cups. So again, we've got reflection, self-reflection, looking back into the past, looking back at everything that brought you to where you are today. Looking back at the events that have happened in your life, the thoughts and the behaviors that led to those events. Oh my God, you can't be serious. That whole time I'm shuffling these cards. So, all right. On one hand, you're looking back into the past, and as far as right now, you are working towards your future. You are still building. Seems like what's on your mind right now has everything to do with constructing a solid framework for what's to come, right? Constructing a framework for what's no way. What the hell? Wait a minute now. I'm sitting here shuffling these cards the entire time I'm singing these songs. This is okay. All right. So it looks like for you, geez Louise, that's weird. It looks like this victory stage is right around the corner, right? This victory stage, it hasn't happened just yet. I think that right now, you are taking heavy acknowledgement into the fact that the work is still being done. You're not quite finished yet. I don't know, I'm freaked out because I just sat here and shuffled these damn cards, and we just pulled these. 1 or 2 maybe, but 3? All right, well, you said channel message from spirit, right? So channel message from spirit for you specifically is understand that everything that you thought of in that last reading is most definitely relevant for you. And it seems like what's different here is that the order of before it was victory and then on to the next hard work. For you, you still got work to do right now before you reach that stage of victory. Right, you still have that framework to start putting together. This is wild as hell. I just was sitting here shuffling these cards the whole time that we're singing. Straight Panther says, spirits, Trev, reading cards aren't all about symbols. You have been initiated, man. Oy vey. Wow. Patchwork, peace, peace. Okay, all right. No. What the hell's happening here? What? All right. We gonna go back. Because even if I just stuck them back and I'm shuffling them around and around and around, how the hell do they come back in the same order? Nah. Even if I just put them back the way that they were and I'm shuffling them, why would it start at the exact same... No. That's the devil right there. That's the devil. That's too much devilry. Straight Panther said, I want a message. That's too much. I'm sitting here shuffling these damn cards and the exact same ones came out. The only difference was it also had the, I think it skipped one. Yeah, it skipped the, all right, see, it skipped the Ace of Pentacles. That wasn't there. But instead it had the Queen of Swords. Holy shit. Because see, even if I put them all back together, the Pentacles would have been there. But instead it was the Queen of Swords. Anyways, let's go back to that. Okay, so what we had was the Queen of Cups dealing with self-reflection, right? Followed by the Seven of Pentacles, having an understanding that there's still a bit of work to be done, right? Still a bit of work to be done. Moving into the Six of Wands, okay? Noticing that the victory is around the corner. You just have a bit more work to do, right? You said that framework popped into your head earlier. There's still a bit more of this framework that you have to build, right? Perception equals reality. Reality alters perception. So perhaps there's a framework of perception that still needs to be tweaked in a matter of speaking, right? And then we continued with, what was that next one? The Two of Cups, right? So that mutual exchange. Moving into a time and a space right after that victory, moving into a space of mutual exchange and less of people and situations that kind of drain your energy and drain your focus, right? More opportunities to be energized, to give and to receive, right? Followed by the Nine of Wands, as far as keeping your guard up, right? Not sitting on the toilet and getting comfortable, but understanding that the threat is not another person or something like that. The threat is the fact that you've started momentum. You've put your work into this. Keep going, right? Keep going. And then what came next was the Queen of Swords. Now, the Queen of Swords, the Queen being the reflective quality of water, the swords being the mental aspect. And she was facing the right, moving into the future, right? Moving into the future, understanding that your thoughts, the mind is all, right? Your thoughts and how you structure the framework to see the world, how you structure that filter is going to affect what happens after that. The recurring and consistent thoughts that we have in our head, the current repeating thoughts, repeating scenarios that we play through our mind, has a very real effect on our body, has a very real effect on our environment, and has a very real effect on the trajectory of our lives. So in this moment of reflection and in this moment of understanding the work that needs to be put in this moment of not getting too comfortable, understand that also it's all about how you're seeing the world, how you're seeing the world, how you're allowing the experiences of your life to communicate back to you. What's the message, right? What's it saying to you? Being able to structure yourself in such a way that you can move through your life and allow the experiences around you to continue to be useful and appropriate and to build you and to strengthen you, right? Everything. All right. So I had to do that with my eyes closed so I can remember all the cards. That was creepy, Stray Panther. I had to take them cards right back. Sheesh. Framework, make that thing work. Okay, all right. Cool stuff. That's not me. I don't spit it. Automatically, systematically. All right, man. We about to do this a little bit differently, just in case. We about to do this a little bit differently. Stray Panther 79 says, not creepy, someone is paying attention. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy creepy. Rackbar. Allah! Ah, Rackbar! Allah! What's your name, man? Willie James Huff, better known as Funky Chicken, as Allah Rackbar. Hello! Let me pull one of these cards for a little while. How do you like me right now? All right. All right, so let's see. Who do I have after Stray Panther? Let me check. Y'all all right? How we feeling? Who's in the building with me? Let me know. And by the way, if you got a reading, let me know your sun, your moon, and your rising. Okay, so we got Hakeem, followed by Milo. Oh, yeah. Sunshine Chick says, still here. Awesome, awesome. Serious Hoot says, I'm here. Love the info. Awesome. Hakeem Lamidi says, did you get my PayPal trap? Yes, I did. You are actually next. You paid first, so you're going next. I mean, believe it or not, I knew that you were going to be getting a reading today, and I can say that because I specifically looked at your name and your sign. Now let me find out where I put it. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Where is it at? There it is. Etheric says, greatness. Artemis in Theory says, enjoying this space. Hell yeah. Me too. Akila Media says, oh, yep, well, there we go. Vera Sunstrom, peace. I want to know what's next, and love if you don't mind. Okay. All right, and Mr. Alchemist, you are up next. All right. Artemis in Theory, one after this. Alright, so Taurus Sun, Leo Moon, Aries Ascendant. Let's do it like that. Alright, shuffling big chunks, shuffling small chunks, shuffling backwards, shuffling forwards. And if I see any of those cards again, I'm gonna buy some seafront property in South Dakota. Poison ivy, poison ivy, rack. She crazy as a daisy, bum ba bum. Shut up. She come on like a rose. Bum, bum, bum. It's the real deal. Straight Panther says spades, shuffle trap. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. Bum, bum, bum. Nathan Kamaju, peace. Nathan says, grateful for you, Trav. Serious Suit 888 says, Travis, man, this is so fire. I hope y'all can see and watch the work. Right. Sean says, bite. When you meet the Georgia Bulldogs, you're gonna feel the Bulldogs bite. Listen now, if you haven't seen Rack'em Willie, you need to check out Rack'em Willie. That's a mandatory video for this Made to Society class. Watch and learn the great prophet, Rack'em Willie. Atropa, peace. Peace and greetings. Good to see you. Atropa says, hey Trav, what is the donation you need for a reading? I'm asking $30 through Cash App, 30 through Cash App or PayPal. I usually have it pinned here, but for some reason it didn't work out. But yeah, 30. Nathan Kamaju says, you actually pronounced my last name fairly well. I'm surprised. Hey man, reading does a lot for you, right? Rackbar. Willie. Willie, you kind of spit when you talk. That's not me. I don't spit it. Automatically, systematically. 15 guys. What were they? All right. Here we go. What's to come? And what is love? Artemis in Theory says, why do you have to swallow the mic like that? And then he gets it wiped on his own shirt. Allah, Akbar, Allah. All right, now. Too much Willie, too much Willie. I seen through the window of that house. All right, here we go. What's to come? And love. Happy early birthday. I should get out that birthday book. Were you here that night at the end of the tarot card read when I pulled out that that big ass book? Yeah, you were here because you're like the what decan? I should know because we're in it right now, aren't we? You're in the third decan of Taurus. Yeah, that's it. So let's get to it here. Yes. So, connected to the general reading, blast from the past, something before, it's making its way to you. Perhaps the options that you have now aren't the most stimulating, right? They're not bad options right now. They're not bad choices. But they also aren't great, right? Be on the lookout for the fact that something from your past is making a resurgence into your present. And I know that you mentioned earlier about the coin or trading, but there might be something else that pops through as well. Something more on the emotional standpoint. Be aware that something is coming from your past, and make sure that you keep your eyes open because it might be easy to miss. The Hanged Man might be easy to miss. In fact, it's probably going to be very important for you to adjust your perspective right now. Perspective affects reality, reality affects perspective. This is a time and an opportunity for you to really see things with a new pair of eyes. Things are shifting, things are changing. You've been doing a lot of personal work, a lot of inner work, and that naturally starts to shift how you see the world. Because when you're doing a lot of inner work, a lot of shadow work, you start to take notice of what events in the past have happened, or how you continue a certain type of behavior, and how that cause creates an effect, right? Most people don't look at how they think, they just react to themselves. But doing inner work, doing shadow work and that kind of thing allows you the opportunity to see what causes how you react in the world today. And if you're able to see what causes how you react, then you have the opportunity to change it, right? You have the opportunity to change it. So perhaps some of the things that are making their way into your life right now that you may overlook, that might be due to having an old pattern of reaction and an old pattern of thought. It's going to be crucial right now. It's going to be important right now for you to be able to change your perspective. To change your perspective. Because the changing of that perspective is going to allow you to not miss what's on its way to you. Now let's get a little bit more specific, right? When I talk about changing the perspective, I mean it's time to become a student again in spiritual matters. There's a lot that you've learned as far as tips, tricks, techniques, and there might even be a few things that you feel like you've mastered, right? I want to invite you to take the role of a student and have a fresh pair of eyes as if you've never done this before. And what comes with being a student and having a fresh pair of eyes is also a level of excitement, right? Having a level of excitement. And that's part of what pushes you through the trial and error process. So as you shift your perspective, and not get stuck in old patterns of thinking, remember to spark up that sense of wonder and awe about the world, right? You asked about love. Maybe, just maybe, check how you feel about love in general. Have you been hurt? Are you jaded? Are you kind of just like have your mind set about how love goes for you? Perhaps that might be the territory where it's time to have a new sense of invigoration, right? A new sense of, like I said, awe and wonder about the possibilities, right? Maybe remove the fear of being hurt. Maybe remove the fear of attracting someone that you don't want. What you focus on expands, remember that? Perhaps focus on the excitement that comes with, what do they say, being out in the field or whatever y'all call it. Become a student again. That's the new perspective. That's the shift right now. That's going to allow you to catch what's on its way to you, right? To catch it without missing it. Notice how he's got his eyes stuck on what he has, and he's missing what's being given to him, what's being offered to him. Hakeem Lamidi says, you're so right. That's what I'm working on right now. New perspective. Become a student again. Why? Il Mago, also known as the magician, right? The magician understands the secret ways of nature and the hidden intentions of humankind, aka the patterns of reality and the subconscious mind. Look at your subconscious mind. Do your best, right? Do your best. It's easier said than done, but do your best. And the best way to do that is, like I said before with the hanged man. Observe your reactions to the world, right? You asked about love, so observe the reactions that you now have when you think about that topic. If they're painful reactions, trace how you perpetuate those reactions. Here's what I've learned and what I teach when it comes to shadow work. It's not important. It's not as important to go back in time and see what happened to cause the behavior. What's important is to understand how you perpetuate the behavior, right? So it doesn't matter what happened to me 20 years ago. What happens is, what is the pattern and the loop that I've continued living throughout those 20 years that caused me to continue to have the same things happen? Identify that pattern, right? That's what the magician is able to do. This is a world of patterns and relationships of patterns. So when you learn how patterns operate, you can roll with them. You can wrangle them and steer them, right? Patterns of reality, patterns of, remember that little diagram I drew earlier? Patterns of your outside world, patterns of your personal life, patterns of your body, patterns of your mind. When you learn how all those patterns work, they become tools now. You are always a new student. You are always a new student. So don't forget that, or else you'll miss those interesting connections that only new students make. One of the things I love about you all is that I'll be talking about something, and some of y'all will bring up some perspective that I could not have thought of, simply because I've been doing what I do for so long that when it comes to this beginner stage, or not even beginner, just a stage that is still really fresh, right? There are things that I'll miss because I'm thinking about it in my way. So consider that you are always a student so that you don't get comfortable, like on that first reading, so that you don't get comfortable and locked into your old ways. One more, right? Rushing quickly. The horse is terrified. But the guy has his mind made up, right? He knows what he's going to get. He knows what he's going to get. So once you're ready, right? Once you're ready, once you change your perspective, once you become a student, once you reinvigorate and re-spark that awe, that passion for life, for love, right? For learning, for doing what it is you're trying to do. Now you're able to take all that locked up energy and free it and focus it and set your mind to go out and get what you want, right? Once you're going to see this thing that is offering itself to you, you'll be able to rush out and grab it, but only after you fix your perspective, right? Only after you fix your perspective and take a hold of the tools that belong to you. Now you're ready. Now you're ready. Gun down. Put up your fists. Now you're a man. Your uncle picked up a gun once. 23 years old. You got a choice. All right, are we good? Are we good? Check. Omnia Arlandria, peace and greetings. Good evening. Sirius 888 says, I love that Trav always be flexible, still, and ever flowing. Gotta be. Ace in the place. Peace, peace. Hazard Pie says, I never noticed that horse will be steaming. Look at his eyes. He's not even looking at where he's going. He's looking at the rider like, you sure you know what we doing, boss? Eyes are scared, boss. Eyes are scared, boss. Cool. All right. So, good to go. Il Mago. What is that, Italian? I think il is Italian. El is Spanish. Il Mago. Il Nana. Here come the MIBs. Here come the MIBs. The good guys dress in black. Remember that, just in case we ever face to face and make contact. The title held by me, MIB, means what you think you saw, you did not see. Now don't blink, think what was there, etc. ad nauseum. Here come the men in black. Galaxy Defender. Here come the MIBs. Here come the MIBs. Why do you say it like that? Here come the MIBs. Here come the MIBs. Walk with me, Lord. Getting jiggy with it, Big Willie style. Big Willie style. Summertime. All right, let me get your placements here so we can do this right. All right, let me know if this is correct. You're Sagittarius, Virgo, Capricorn, right? You come to MIB. Oh man, Will Smith. Will Smith. Walk with me, Lord. All right, are we correct here, Mr. Alchemist? And if so, is this a general reading or is this a specific question? MC Maestro says, the fuck am I hearing right now? MIBs and Big Willies. Hey, you gonna have to take it up with the man himself. Here come the MIBs. Getting jiggy with it. Big Willie style. Summertime. Went to the mall to get me a short set. Jesus, 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 Jesus. All right, cool. I'm good to go. Yep. Sagittarius Sun, Virgo Moon, Capricorn Rising, general message. Alex, peace and greetings. Good to see you. Alex asks, just tuned in. Are there any more readings in queue right now? There are. I do need to see just how many. Il Mago. All right, so this is going to be a general reading. Okay, you're good to go, Alex. There's just one person after this one. So if you'd like, we can certainly go forward with that. Okay. Swap the Capricorn and Virgo. Oh. Well, wait. Well, yeah, this is how I do it. Sun on this side, the moon on this side, and the rising in the middle. All right, so let's go. The Asia Divine Jewel, peace and greetings. Good to see you, good to see you. Divine Jewel's been rocking with me for a long time. We go way back into time. All right, so let's do this. General reading. General reading. You know what? We're even gonna switch it up just a little bit. We're gonna switch up just a little bit. Okay, Alex, I got you. Got you. Kevin, I got you as well. Got you as well. So we're gonna go woke deck this time around, if you don't mind, Milo. If you prefer classic, the Robin Wood or the ceremonial, we can do that as well. But as of right now, I'm holding the woke deck in my hand, and I think we're gonna do it like that. The Il Mago. It's gonna be my mixtape name. Il Mago. Here come the MIBs holding up the what's that flashy wand called? What's that flashy wand they hold up to erase your memory? Neuralizer, that's it. Hypnotizer, neuralizer. MC Maestro says, MG, the woke entity, has been jokingly presenting itself today with different media. All right, let's do this. Walk with me, Lord. Here we go. Deja Divine Jewel says you're gonna have me calling everybody El Mago. El Mago. Digital Alchemist says no, let's do the wolf deck. The wolf deck? Wait a minute now. The wolf deck? I don't know about no wolf deck. You might have the wrong El Mago. Are you referring to maybe the wolf deck? Which one are you talking about? I don't think that was one of the options. We got the classic. We got the Mormon deck, right? The Robin Wood. We got the Lon Milo Duquette. Werewolf deck? What's this werewolf deck y'all talking about? We got the Hermetic Tarot, but that ain't no wolf deck. I got them big ass giant cards. I'm not. I got a unicorn deck. I don't know about no werewolf deck. All dogs go to heaven deck. Listen, y'all about to just get what I give in a second. I'm trying to be reasonable. But you want to fool with a brother. You want a brother with 2 strikes to go to jail for life, my friend. I'm gonna stop asking that question. What deck do y'all want? Let me get the Chris Tucker deck. We about to do it this way then. All right, here we go. We're about to use the Blank 182 deck. Seto Kaiba deck. Man, listen. All right, so we begin with the High Priestess. The High Priestess, and she represents veiled secrets, right? Secrets that are veiled to the ignorant. Veiled to the ignorant. There's some piece of information that you're privy to, and perhaps you might be one that's ready to receive this. Let's keep going to see how this goes in tandem. Ten of Pentacles. So far, both of these cards are pointing to the present. It very well may be that you are working with some type of magic, some type of energy, some type of manifestation, dealing with how to manifest abundance, right? How to invoke some cash money, how to invoke a comfortable lifestyle. You're working on something right now that isn't known to most about how to improve the conditions of your physical environment, right? You're doing some kind of money magic, abundance magic, manifestation, whatever. Let me know how this goes so far, right? And this is good, right? It looks like what you're working with is actually some potent stuff, some legit stuff, because we're dealing with an exchange from one level to another. And this can go two ways. Either you are in connection with something that is vibrating at a higher rate than you. In other words, you're probably dealing with some deity, some entity, some force, some system that is very concentrated in what it offers, and you've been able to tap in successfully. That's one scenario. The other scenario is that this success that you're manifesting here may be a result of your intentions to give, right? This may be a result of your intentions to accumulate and manifest these things so that you can share what you have. It's very rare, but some people do believe and feel and think and behave in that manner. Let me know in the chat here which one of those two that you that sounds more right. Enchanted Cottage 333. Peace. Good to see you. Good to see you. Tivetai says, do you understand the reading that is coming out of my mouth deck? Right. The Digital Alchemist says, spot on. Don't tell my secrets now. Hey man, you asked for the reading. Talking about wolf deck. All right, let's keep going. Boom. Page of Wands. A lot of page energy today. I think all the readings so far had pages in them. So again, the page is about the student. It's about invoking that awe and that curiosity. And here's the really cool thing about the Page of Wands, right? The Page of Wands deals with being able to be somewhat impulsive and enthusiastic, right? To take action on what you get. So look, you may be doing work on manifesting some things, and whether or not you're connected to a higher power or you are performing as that higher power to give to someone else, there are going to be some downloads that are coming your way quickly. Act on them. Quickly act on them with the innocence and purity, right? And here's why. The person that I played Apex Legends with, right, I would have a scenario where I'd go and I'd be looting all day and deciding, do I want the sniper or do I want the shotgun? Which one do I want to pick up? And more than once, I've gotten killed in the process of me sifting through loot. And he said to me, study long, study wrong, right? Never forgot that. So nowadays, I kind of have in my head beforehand what I'm going to pick up. And if I don't find that, what's going to come second place. In this case, study long, study wrong. What's going to come to you is what you're asking for. Take advantage of it and go, because time is of the essence. Pick it up and go, right? Sort through it as you move, right? Adjust it and create it as you walk forward, right? That's where we're at with this. Enchanted Cottage 333 says, my mom used to say, study long, study wrong. Right. And it is contextual, right? It is contextual. In matters like this, where time is of the essence and you've got to make moves, because money is a currency, isn't it? It flows, positive and negative. It's not always going to be the same, right? Prices change all the time. Now, there are some consistency in the methods of acquisition, for sure. But in this case, take what you are given and rock and roll with it. Because look, stability will come from that. Act now. I don't know if you study marketing or if you study entrepreneur, internet marketing stuff, but damn, why did I bring that up? Stability will come from that. Yeah, that's what it was. They often use this phrase of rewarding action takers, right? Rewarding people who take action, right? Now, yes, it is somewhat of a marketing gimmick, but there's also a truth to that, because people who take action are people who get results. Most people are going to sit around, twiddle their thumbs, and think about something. And in that process of studying long, they're going to miss the opportunity. Don't miss the opportunity, bro. You know what you're doing right now. Everything that you've been working for and invoking and stirring up, good. You're doing good. Keep at it. When that opportunity pops up, you better take it. Take it. Why? Because it's what you've been asking for. And it's going to lead to that stability that you've been invoking, right? It's going to lead to that stability. It's going to lead to that structure. This is the Four of Wands. It's going to lead to you invoking and creating something that's going to continue to spiritually feed you, to continue to energetically feed you, to keep you, what's the word? We could say invigorated, fired up, right? To keep you on fire and full of passion for what you're doing. All right. Does that make sense? Is that comprehensive? Does that relate to something that you're actually doing? Artemis and Theria said, I had so much fun playing Apex. Me too. Me too. Me too. Kind of glad I'm getting back into it, though. There's so many different characters and new maps. The Digital Alchemist says, makes sense. Everything lines up. Double confirmation. Awesome. That's why I do this. Because like I said, you guys already know what it is. It's just sometimes you need to hear it from somebody else, or you need someone else to confirm it. And I get it, right? Because a lot of this stuff is happening inside your own head. And it just kind of validates it and makes it real when you are able to experience it on the outside. But yeah, there you have it, my man. There you have it. Cool beans. Artemis and Theory says, I'm intimidated to jump back in. Everyone is so good. Don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about that. Number one, it's about fun. You're gonna lose most of the time. That's literally the name of the game. Have fun and get better. I brought my Fortnite skills into Apex, and my homie that I play with, he only plays ranked. He doesn't do pubs. And I'm like, yo, I haven't played this in years. He's like, no, don't worry about that. I got you. And I mean, he's a badass, that's for sure. But I learned quickly that really all I just need to do is figure out, just some of the mechanics and map stuff. But as far as picking up a gun, pointing it and shooting it and dodging bullets, oh, I can do that all day. But yeah, cool. So next we have Artemis. Oh yeah, cool beans. So was this going to be general for you, or was it going to be specific? There we go. You said, so for the reading, you said I can also ask a specific question. Absolutely. And Alex, if you're still here, You be next. Just give me your sun, your moon, and your rising. All right, so Artemis in Theory says, okay, this one's a little vulnerable for me. How can I go back to feeling playful, experimental, and confident when freestyling and writing songs, especially in the recording process? Okay, cool, cool. Great question. Great question. And thank you for being open and able to, be honest. All right, and remember the astrological signs as well. All right, Cupid shuffle. Playful, experimental, and confident when freestyling and writing songs, especially in the recording process. I love making music. That is one habit or one hobby or one slice of life where you really see that you walk into another dimension. Like, I could sit there and produce beats and mix and experiment with sounds. I could literally do that for days on end. Like, if I didn't have to go to work or get something to eat or go to the bathroom, I could sit there in front of that keyboard and in front of that computer, making music, making sounds, you know what I'm saying, in front of that microphone. I could do it all day long. That's a great place to really experience stepping into another world, for sure. Enchanted Cottage 333 says, I want to shout out Travis's shadow work course. It's a game changer. Oh. So yeah, hopefully those of you who are interested and concerned, right, have taken advantage of my offer for my shadow work class, because, you know, I'm not just saying things to make you feel good. Like, I'm showing you how to do actual shadow work, how to tap into yourself, how to observe yourself, and how to fix things, right? If they need fixing, or how to appreciate things that you may have missed. It's all there. So thank you for that. All right, let's do this. Il Mago. Here come the MIBs. Here come the MIBs. Like, who's he saying that to? Is that what you say when? Anyways, let's get to this. The Hermit card. So speaking of Virgo, the Hermit card is a card that astrologically represents the energies behind what we know of as Virgo. And to be a little bit more specific about that energy, it has everything to do with going within, and that self-reflection. That has been a big theme of today's readings, that self-reflection, that looking inward. Not only is he looking in the direction of the left and the past, he's also looking downward, right? This is some deep self-reflection, right? So these answers are going to be coming from within, first and foremost, not from without. I make that distinction because a lot of us look for inspiration in our environment and in the people and scenario and all these other things outside of us. No, what you need is going to come from something that is a part of you already. Oh, She's back, right? I switched back to this deck and made sure I triple shuffled it. She's back. Huge influence right now is self-reflection. So not only did you get the Hermit card, you've also got the Queen of Cups, the Water of Water, the Mirror of Mirrors. Look, it's time for you to really observe the different motions and flows and influences and patterns that are you. Because there's magic there, there's music there, there's a message there. There's a message there that hasn't been fully explored. Perhaps there are many aspects of that message that has been overlooked. Let's keep going. The Star. Here's the Water again. We're dealing with hope, right? We're dealing with a hope within a pattern that you expect to get results out of, right? The Star card represents that there is something that you're working with here that you believe is going to get you to where you're trying to go, right? So maybe it is the music, right? Maybe it is the music that you believe that is going to get you to a place you're trying to go. There is something that you have hope in, right? And I want you to analyze that hope. As we talked earlier today, I believe I mentioned something to the aspect of we have this core emotion at the heart of all the habits and beliefs and behaviors. We have this core emotion, and then it's wrapped in layers of rationalization, justification, validation, and logic and reasoning. We say that we want to do something because, oh, well, you know, it's the right thing to do and it'll be good for me. But if you keep digging, why is that important to you? Why is that important to you? If you keep digging, getting past the logical answers of what you would expect someone to say, right, the surface level stuff, once you keep going and go past those layers of logic, you're going to hit that seed of emotion. And I think that'd be a good idea for you to do, to look into. What is it that you have hope for and hope in right now, right? Where's the hope coming from? What is the hope in? Touch on that hope, because that just very well may be where your real inspiration is. Why are you doing this in the first place, right? This may sound familiar. What's important about that? What's important about that? And if that's not enough, here we have the 10 of Pentacles, right? And maybe this ties into your hope. The 10 of Pentacles is a card that represents the manifestation, the end result of all your hard work, all your efforts. This is abundance incarnate. Abundance incarnate. Maybe you see that. Maybe you see that as the expected outcome, right? Maybe that's related to or attached to part of the reason why you're doing this in the first place. Look how all these cards are facing to the left, right? They're all in alignment with something in the past, something in your history, and something within you. Check out what I said here. Not only is he facing the left, but he's looking down. Not only is she facing the left, but she's looking down. Not only is she facing the left, but she's looking down. We're not just looking to the past, we're looking within. We're looking within. When you think about the construct of your personality, this tool that you use to interact with others and with the environment, when we look at this construct of your personality, there are certain emotions inside that operate as fuel cells that power the entire construct, right? The same way that you have a vehicle, which is a construct of metal, or at least nowadays, plastic and resin. But that construct is fueled by an engine, and that engine determines the capability of that plastic. The personality is plastic. The personality is malleable, and it changes and it adds on new pieces and takes away others. But that fuel cell determines what it's capable of. So look into your fuel cell. Look into what is powering your personality, what is powering your motives and your intentions for doing this. Perhaps there's an attraction to abundance. Of course, right? We all have this attraction to abundance. But maybe for you, this gets a little bit more specific, a little bit more unique, right? Of course, like I said, we all want abundance, right? Who doesn't like to open up Amazon and just get some stuff that you like? Who doesn't like being able to go to the mall or go to the restaurant and buy for the whole table, right? To get your mama and your sister and your cousin and your aunt to just buy everybody's plate. Who doesn't want to do that, right? Who doesn't want to look nice, smell nice, right? Who doesn't want to be comfortable? Who doesn't want to have all the things taken care of? Like, who doesn't want that? But for each of us, the logic that we have wrapped around that core is different. Now examine that. Tap into that. That's the fuel. That's why I choose the word fuel source. It powers everything else. It powers everything else. Don't neglect what's being offered. Don't neglect what's being offered. Again, I believe we talked about this today. Values, right? When you really tap into the core energy, when you tap into those emotions, when you tap into what powers the system, you also start to recognize your values. You start to recognize what's important to you. And everything that we do, think, feel, and believe, we check it with our values. So check your values, because there may be things that you're overlooking that you might think don't align with your values, and that may be a result of being out of touch with the fuel cell in the first place. And we all get out of touch with the fuel cell every now and then. When we don't tap in and check in with it, sometimes we get out of touch with it and we make decisions that may or may not line up with our dream. But I'm inviting you an opportunity now to check with the fuel cell to make sure that you're not passing up any opportunities that are currently being presented. And look, it's coming from the direction of the left, which is the same place that all these cards are facing. Just a few symbols to communicate with the part of you that only speaks in symbols and will only speak back in symbols. Let me know how that message goes for you. Oh, my coffee, I completely forgot. Lord have mercy. All right, Allah Akbar. Artemis in Theory says, what is the connection between all the cards facing left? That's so interesting how that played out. One way of reading, right, because a lot of people have different ways, but one way that I integrated into my system of interpretation is that facing the left, oh, even he's facing the left. Facing the left has to do with looking into the past or something that occurred in the past. Basically something past, right? And if multiple cards are facing that direction, they're all in congruence with that, right? You might even have it to where one's facing left and one's facing the right, looking at each other, right? There's a communication happening. There's also where one's looking this way and one's looking the other way. That might be an indication that we're dealing with two completely different subjects. That could also indicate that there's a disagreement, right? There's different ways to do it. Most of it, basically, you're going to want to know all the different options so that you can do it intuitively. It's very easy to do things intuitively when you understand that there are options. If you don't have options, then how can you do it intuitively? You're just operating on what you've observed. But yeah, that's the relationship there. Framestar Film says, be interesting to check the paths that major arcana cards represent on the tree with the Ten of Pentacles depicts the 10 spheres in configuration. Okay, yeah. So the Hermit should represent, I want to say this one to this one. And the Star, I believe, represents this one to this one. I've got a book that shows me. Why not whip that bad boy out? So the major arcana we have are the Hermit and the Star. There's the Hermit. The Hermit is actually Chesed to Tifereth, and the Star is actually Netzach to Yesod. So those are the two major arcana cards that were pulled, Virgo and Aquarius. So from here to here and from here to here. So that right there would kind of just highlight these two here. One woman is looking to the left and the other figure is facing into the outward expanse of existence. Hazard Pie says, Travis, you got me looking at all the horses in the deck. Found 7. 7 horses. That's a symbol that I have not paid attention to. Interesting. Well, I know for sure that one horse is terrified. the Knight of Swords. Hakeem Lamidi says, hey Trav, how do I get the shadow work class without the cyclomancy class since I have taken it? Good question. So just look into the cyclomancy class, the main page. I have posted a link to where you can get the offer of shadow work at a discounted rate since you've already taken cyclomancy. Just check the cyclomancy page and you'll see the link there. And then once you follow that link, you'll have access to this shadow work class that we were talking about. For sure. 1111. Thank you, Anna Molly. Enchanted Cottage says that shadow work class is next level. Thank you. And I'm very happy that you're getting light from it. You know, and I say light because this is a light that helps you to see within yourself. Healing the inner child without having to dwell on painful memories. That's important because I think some of us avoid shadow work because there's things in our past that we don't want to relive, and that's understandable. But the way that psychology works, you know, at least from what I've learned, is that there are ways to deal with this without having to dwell on pain. There are other ways. It's not the pain that causes the problems. It's the shell that we've created around ourselves because of that pain that causes the problem. We got to address that shell. Got to address that shell. All right, Alex, you've waited patiently and I haven't seen you in so long, but here we are. I'm happy to be able to do a reading for you. We did a reading a long time ago, didn't we? Or was that just a consultation? Consultation. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Um, Alex says, just went through some huge life changes, so I'm looking for a general reading. All right. Curve says, shuttle work definitely a great class. Stuck on one exercise right now, but I do see a slight difference in my energy. Awesome, awesome. All right. This may be the last time I do this, because y'all talking about some damn werewolf deck. Y'all had me confused as hell. And the cognitive dissonance I didn't like. Alex says, if you missed it, Virgo Sun, Libra Moon, Cancer Rising. I got you. Virgo Sun, Libra Moon, and Cancer Rising right here. All right, so look. I ain't asking nobody else, but I'm going to ask Alex because Alex is cool. You want the woke deck? You want the regular deck? You want the Lon Milo Duquette? I know you like the Goetia, so you'll find those there. Or do you want the Mormon deck? You decide. Let me know. MC Maestro says you gotta buy one. I ain't buying a werewolf deck. I don't do werewolves. I'm a vampire kind of guy. I want to suck your blood. Sexy vampire. I'm falling in love, so just bite me, baby, and drink all my blood. Oh yeah. Il Mago. They call me Il Mago. Okay, be right back. The one on the left, is that the Lon Milo Duquette? Oracle of Medusa says, can we send you a deck? Yeah, sure. But if it's a werewolf deck, give me one of them hot dogs. Willie, you kind of spit when you talk. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit spitting a lot, automatically, systematically. Cool. MC Maestro says, send him a Santa deck. Don't send me a Santa deck. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Good God. Ben says, no Holy Spirit here, you're confused. Sorry. Your mama confused. She confused as hell when you came out. Ooh, brother, what is that, brother? That's what she said. Get the hell out of my chat. Get that shit out of my face, motherfucker, before I do something to you. Before I do something to you. That's not me. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. That's the Holy Spirit. All right, so here we go. Mama said knock you out. I'm gonna knock you out. Hello, Cool J. All right, here we go. Here we go. That's not me. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. That Holy Spirit's spitting a lot. 15 guys. What were they? All right, so let's begin. Holy Spirit fingers. All right, let's get going here. We begin with the Two of Swords, peace restored. And by golly, the energy of this card has been very, very sweet to me. Peace restored indicates that there has been an experience in your life that was a bit troublesome, and you've been hoping, praying, meditating for something better. And it seems like that something better has made itself known that it is here, right? May not have fully engrossed into it all the way yet, but it has made itself known that it's here. Let's continue. We've got the Four of Discs. Now, before I mentioned that the fours represent stability, and that's great. The Four of Discs, also known as earthly power, represents a sense of stability in the physical plane, right? A sense of stability in the physical plane. Now, while I'd love to go back and forth with this simpleton, I'm gonna go ahead and mute him so I can focus on this. So yeah, Alex, just let me know how we're going so far. Peace restored means that the situation that was being worked towards overcoming has finally shown signs of its defeat and your success. And not even just a temporary relief, but a substantial success, a stable success. And this is a success that is manifesting itself on the material plane. And when I say success, I'm talking about something that isn't necessarily material success, but mostly a mental success, an emotional success, an inner overcoming of stress and anxiety, right? Hence the swords being the mental, the thoughts. And now we have the Ten of Cups. Now, the Ten of Cups is called perfected success. These are good signs, right? These are good signs because just glancing overall, what we're seeing here is peace restored, meaning that you have moved from one situation that was not useful or appropriate. We'll just say that. Not pleasant, not useful, not appropriate. You've moved out of that into a place of peace, right? A place where the turbulence has been settled down, right? And look, earthly power, fours, stability, right? Earthly power means we're talking about something that is here to last, something solid, not illusion, not a false sense of security, but a stable sense of security, and that's wonderful. And with it being in the discs, we're talking about something that you can feel, that you can sense, something that is in your environment. Followed with perfected success, 10 of Cups. Now, traditionally, the 10 of Cups shows a very happy and smug man sitting in front of all 10 of his cups that he's so proud of. What we're dealing with here is that you've now stepped into a place where you can not only just breathe, not only just survive, but thrive, right? Now, let's look at the energies here. Moon in Libra. The moon is constantly changing, constantly shifting, hiding things and revealing things. Libra represents the scales. Well, look, here's our Libra. Your moon in Libra. See that? Look. Moon in Libra. Luna in Libra. Orobos and Salos. And essentially, moon in Libra, meaning that there is a balance. There is a honest and fair regulation of the shifting of tides. The Four of Discs is represented by the Sun in Capricorn, right? The Sun in Capricorn. It's Forneus and Simiaries. Right? So the Sun in Capricorn, meaning that there is a focus on the hard work, right? A focus on the stable hard work. The Sun is consistent. The Sun is the most consistent thing in our existence. And being in Capricorn means that it's going to get the work done. It's going to get to the bag. It's going to get the money, right? The traditional red or white image of the Sun in Capricorn, or the Four of Discs, is the man sitting and he's standing on two coins. He's got a coin in his lap. He's holding on tightly and a coin on his head, right? This man's in business. He's got a plan and he's acting on that plan. And then now we've got this 10 of Cups image. This 10 of Cups image, perfected success. That's Mars in Pisces. Now here's the beautiful thing about this. Pisces is the dream. The dream. And we've got Mars there. So action is being taken towards the dream. And this is actually a good thing, because dreams have a tendency to stay in dreamland. But once you take focused action on that dream, it becomes reality. Hence, perfected success. Perfected success. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, and that's what I was hoping would appear, right? That's why I was hoping that you'd choose this one. You said that Stolas is one of my guides. Trav knows this well. I missed it, but here it is. Stolas, S-T-O-L-A-S, associated with the 10 of Cups. If that's not a sign, I don't know what else is. I don't know what else is. I was looking for that and I missed it. But anyways, there is Stolas, our favorite crow with the long legs and khaki pants. Khaki pants. Let's continue a bit. Shout out to all things that glitter. Death. The master of change. Scorpio. Hey, look. When it comes to transitions, when it comes to shifting from one phase to the next, the old must give way to the new, and it must completely give way. So what we're dealing with is a change that has officially changed. This is a lesson that was learned, right? Whatever this experience was here for in your life, you've understood, you've experienced it, and you've moved forward. You've expanded beyond, right? So this is total transformation. Meaning what you went through is gone through, and the lessons that were necessary have been assimilated. Three of Swords, right? Saturn in Libra. The Three of Swords is traditionally the image of the heart with the swords piercing through it. So look, whatever the situation was, right? Peace restored, yes. Things are better, yes. But there will continue to be things that may trouble your mind and trouble your heart, especially when focused on this situation and looking back. And that's part of the natural process, right? We talk about death and total transformation. As with all changes and moving into new phases of life, there will be some things that kind of linger a bit as we phase into the next level, right? So don't feel as if any of the residual frustrating thoughts is a sign of failure. And in all actuality, it is a sign of a natural process that's taking place, right? And allow it to leave your system, allow it to come forward and to come out, because that's growth. That's growth. And rest assured that the space that you're in now is a place of power, a place of peace, and a place of success. As I said earlier, focus on your manifestation. Focus on where you're going. Focus on what you're bringing into this world. You have no bandwidth to spare to download any anxiety, any negativity, any distraction. Don't focus on any of that. You don't have the bandwidth for that, right? Focus all your power on the peace, on the stability, on the success. Alex says, certainly, I was able to leave a very bad situation and I moved to a big city and finally got a job in a career I've wanted for 15 years. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Alex says, oh, certainly. I still think about my ex and a few people who I am bummed about and grew apart from where I moved away from. Certainly, I don't have any petty distractions with other people who drag me down anymore. That's good news. That's good news. And like I said with the last read, you know, a lot of, hell, all of this is something that you've been intuitively able to read yourself. I'm literally just reading the energy, right? The frequency, vibration, the invisible stuff. That's all I'm looking at. And what I'm saying is that you already knew this. There's a part of you deep down, or, you know, medium down, that has been communicating to you already, right? And allow me to be a reflection, allow me to be a translator, to affirm the truth, which is you've graduated from that level of existence, you've learned what needed to be learned, and now you're stepping into a place that you know that you deserve, and you're gonna make the best of it. You're gonna make the best of it. So congratulations to you. So cool, so cool. So cool. Yay! Yay! Everybody give yourself a round of applause for existing at this time and space. Because man, oh man, we could have incarnated at any other point. But we've got the internet, and we got YouTube and carrot cards, and we can look back on the entire catalog of music from the 80s and the 70s and hell, the 90s, right? You know, back in the day when folks wanted to learn about occult knowledge, they had to be initiated, and or they had to physically move out of their house and off their ass and go find certain books that were not easy to find, Some of them had to wait for years, decades even, to find some of this information. And you just open up your phone and scroll to it and tap the PDF. You might read it, you might open it, you might not. You're probably not, but at least you got it on your phone, right? Some of y'all have the very secrets of the universe on your phone, and you ain't opened it yet, and you won't open it. Some of y'all have the answer to the question you're looking for on your phone, waiting to be opened up, and close him up like he had never been entered into before. And Lord, at the same time, we ask that you reach around his backside and touch his kidney, Lord. Touch his kidney, make that kidney 110%. Make that kidney the best kidney. Excuse me, Deacon. That's Deacon who? Deacon Patterson? You know, sir. Ain't nothing wrong with my kidney. I'm doing just fine, Deacon. All right. Fat Tony, peace. Hazard Pie says, it's true. We would value it more if we had to travel miles for it. You know. Hey. Alex says, what's the name of this deck again? This deck is the Ceremonial Magic. Tarot of Ceremonial Magic. You know, by Lon Milo Duquette, who is the successor to Aleister Crowley, the current keeper of the secrets of the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah. There's a book associated with it as well. Grab that if you like. The book sheds a lot of valuable intel on this information. Enchanted Cottage 333 says, y'all please remember to hit the like button. Please and thank you. Oracle of Medusa says, remember microfiche. I don't think so. Aries Woman says, love is always better. Better than what specifically? Love is always better than what? Is love always better even at 3 a.m. when you're bored and lonely? Love is always better than what specifically? Tell me that. Ahmad, peace and greetings. What is this microfiche? I don't think I've ever heard that word. Microfiche? What is that? Okay, coming up next, we've got Kevin. Kevin, are you with me? Are you here? Are you present? Are you accounted for? Aries Woman says, than anything this world offers. I agree with you. Aries Woman. And Aries Women, what is love? What is love? What is that? What do you mean when you say that? MC Maestro says that's that old shit in the movies, yo. Yeah, but what is it? Like when I see that word microfiche, no image comes to my head whatsoever. What is microfiche? What is that? Like what can somebody describe what it physically is? Because nothing comes to mind. A lot of fire here. Leo, Aries, and Scorpio. It's quite the combination. Holy shoot, that's quite the combination. Leo, Aries, Scorpio. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. I know what I'm gonna do when I get off of this live stream. I don't know. You're not there. Give me your love. You don't care. So what is right? What is wrong? Give me a sign. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Shoot, boy, that was a hit when that thing came out. That was a world hit. No more. Dance floors across the country were set on fire for that song. What is love? All right, Kevin says, general reading, por favor. Gotcha. Leo Sun, Aries Moon, Scorpio rising. Enchanted Carter says, like a small film you put on a light thingy and it showed up on the screen. Okay, yeah. Kind of like the projectors that we had in school, where they had that clear sheet and they drew on the marker and they projected it on the screen. Is it kind of like that? Oracle of Medusa says, or microfilm where you'd locate old newspaper Oh, okay, that thing. Yeah. Definitely seen that in movies. I haven't had the opportunity to use one of those. What is love? Aries woman says, I am love. You would have to know me to understand. God is love. Okay. Well, there you go, Aries woman. You are love. And you are greater than anything this world has to offer. Fuck it. Let's roll with it. Let's roll with it. I can't argue with that. Hakeem Lamidi says, country across the globe. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's go, Kevin. We're gonna go with the woke deck. And to Veitai, you will be after Karen. Karen is next. All right. So carrot cards activate. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Starlion says, be my lover, LaBouche. Be my lover, wanna be my lover. Hell yeah, man. See, y'all think I don't know this shit. Be my lover. Yeah, I like that one. Oh, yeah, you're bringing back good memories. What's that other one? Mr. Right? I know what I want, and I want it now. I want you, cause I'm Mr. Vain. That's what it was, Mr. Vain. Yeah, man, it's time for me to make up a new playlist. That rap part was so lame and so cringe. I like her singing part though. I know what I want and I want it now. I want you, cause I'm Mr. Vain. But that rap part was so cheap. I don't even remember it. All right, let's get to it. Y'all think I just be making some shit up, huh? Y'all think I just be talking? Cause y'all so used to these other YouTubers talking out the side of their neck. Y'all think I'm doing the same thing. Y'all better recognize. They watch my channel to get their update. Well, damn, Tibetai. Oh man, Starline says, where do you go? No mercy, the rap is whack, but very period correct. Where do you go? Dang. Where do you go? I wanna know. Oh, oh, oh. I wanna know. Oh, 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 oh. I'm telling you, keep trying it. Keep trying it. I know all that. Where do you go? Where do you go? Ah, my goodness. All right, I'm gonna have to plug this thing into the wall because somebody's not cooperating. And if there's one thing that I don't tolerate in this universe, it's non-cooperation. Oops. Stop it. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. So, Kevin, Leo, Aries, Scorpio. We start with the Six of Cups, another recurring card. There's an energy transfer happening here from higher to lower. And I always ask because I don't want to assume. I'm wondering if this energy transfer has you as the higher passing down vibration to perhaps someone who's trying to learn, or are you the one that's receiving higher vibration, higher information, perhaps actual physical things, right? But there's a relationship happening here where there is giving, sharing, teaching. And this is done selflessly. This is done with love. This is done with no ulterior motives. But let's keep going to see if there's clarification. Two of Swords. This card also has recurred in the past reading. This is called Peace Restored. Peace Restored. So we're dealing with a decision that is being made. And we're dealing with the swords that deals with the thought process. Something has to be cut off, but it's for the better. Something has to be cut off with the intentions of peace being restored. So we've got a transfer of energy, a transfer of data, and we've got a decision to make now that we have that data. There's a decision to make now that we have that data. Queen of Swords. She has appeared again as well, right? And with the Queen of Swords, what we're dealing with is an awareness of the thought processes that govern how you judge the world. And you're moving forward with those thought processes. So look, you're gonna have to make a choice now based on something you've been given recently. You're gonna have to make a choice now. And that choice is gonna determine what steps you're gonna make moving forward. There's an important decision on your doorstep right now. And you see the importance of it. You see the importance of it. And you know that whatever you choose, you're gonna have to go 100% because you're gonna have to cut the other one off. You're gonna have to cut the other one off. Let me know how we stand so far, Kevin. Let me know how we're going so far. Kevin says, I'm tapping in more with my intuition and listening to higher self. That's a good thing because the Ace of Cups represents just that. Just that. Not only the planting of the seeds, but also an opening, receiving and expressing of the subconscious mind, of that psychic ability. And I say that because water represents that subconscious mind and that subtle aspect of self that is not readily apparent on the surface, right? When we talk about this water, especially the Ace of Cups, we're talking about the subtle and fine and sensitive part of yourself that governs how you actually think. Remember, swords represent the thought process. So if what you said is true there about you tapping more into your intuition and listening to your higher self, this is actually the way that you want to go. So that adds some clarity now. Thank you, right? Your higher self is giving you information. Your higher self is transferring data. Your higher self is sending down vibrations to you that's causing you to see the world differently. Notice the blindfold. When I say see the world differently, tell me this. How are you seeing with a blindfold on your face? Answer that question for me. How do you see with a blindfold over your eyes? Answer that question for me. Lanny Alderdice, peace. Kevin Dunn says, I'm definitely at a point where I'm ready to boost my trajectory in life. Nathan says, pulling the blindfold down, probably. Nathan, you're going to have to use your imagination and try again. Showstopper says, faith. Okay, that's a good one. Lanny Arderdice says, by faith. Showstopper says, intuition. Hazard Pie says, with your ears. So how do you see with a blindfold? Well, you're going to be looking at something different now. Kevin Dunn says, I don't even know how to answer that. I'm not going to lie. Oh, man, y'all got to try. You're looking within now. You're using your mind's eye, your third eye, right? Thank you. Prince Cthulhu said inner vision. You just said you're working with your intuition and working with the higher self. Well, look, intuition and higher self don't use two eyes that look. The intuition and higher self uses that third eye that we talk about. We use that inner vision, that looking within. And what are you looking at when you look within? You're looking at the subtle aspect of reality. You're looking at actual reality. See, the eyes give you raw data, and the mind interprets that raw data, puts a bunch of layers on it, dresses it up, makes it look pretty, cuts out a lot because you can barely handle any of it, and repackages what's left into something that's cognizable. So that's not even the best way to go about life. A person who works spiritually is going through the process of training to see without seeing, right? Training to see with the third eye and not the two eyes. So look, this important decision that needs to be made now is going to rely on you learning how to see it with the third eye, learning how to see this thing with your intuition. You said that you're working with your higher self. That's going to require these new lessons of being able to move through reality with less and less of ego attachment, right? Less and less ego attachment. Because, like I said earlier about that Fool card, to the average basic jokers around the world, wisdom, spiritual wisdom looks like foolishness, right? I will tell you spiritually that there are no enemies. And somebody that is a regular NPC will say, are you crazy? My enemies are easy to find, right? They're right there. I'm pointing at this person who is my enemy. That's what a regular person would say. But wisdom says those people are not your enemy. We're dealing with something much more subtle. Honestly, your enemy is an inner dissonance that you haven't dealt with. And since you don't know how to deal with it, you project it onto other people. You project it onto outside scenarios. You say, oh, we have to save these people over here, or we have to fight these people over there, not realizing that you're only passionate about those causes because you haven't been able to solve them within your own reality. So with that being said, you're going to have to learn how to look within and solve those issues that exist on the inner planes, not on the outside. And once you figure that out, you'll be well suited to move through the world, because remember, the queens represent a certain mirror. You'll be able to move through the world being able to see clearly, because you're using your inner eye, and you won't be fooled by illusions. The sword of discernment, that's what the sword is. The sword of discernment slices through these illusions. That's the gift that intuition brings. That's the gift that the spiritual path brings, right? Because you don't want to be left out in the cold. You're moving into the time where this is required now. It's no longer optional. Before, spiritual training might have been optional. Now it's required. I mentioned earlier that the vibration was rising for everyone. And what's going to happen is that some people will take advantage of that and harness it and shape themselves, right? And heal themselves. And others who neglect the spiritual growth and don't take it seriously, they're going to be left out the cold because they won't hear what their spirit's trying to tell them. And your spirit is trying to help you learn the lessons that you're meant to learn and live your best life. But if you're not listening to spirit, you will be left out in the cold. You're going to miss things. You're going to miss things. It will be as if you're wearing a blindfold for real. So absolutely, absolutely. Follow this path you're on with your higher self. Accept this gift of intuition and learn how to see without those two eyes. That's what's going to get you to where you're going. Peace, Lanny Alderdice. Kevin Dunn says, I see subtle signs all the time, and when I voice them to people, they think I'm crazy. So I usually keep it to myself. But I be getting signs from birds, hearing whispers, getting subtle feelings, all types. Aisha KK17 says, please do Cancer. I really want to know about it. For sure. For sure. Send me a donation on Cash App and I will put you next. For sure. So Kevin, let me know how that sounds to you. Let me know how that sounds to you. Let me know if you got something actionable from this, right? Of course, to me it makes sense, but this is a reading for you. So let me know if this makes sense. And Karen, you are next. Be my lover, I wanna be my lover, lover. I know what I want and I want it now. Oh man, what's the other one? I can see the video for it, but I don't hear the song yet. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. Kevin Dunn says, everything definitely aligns. Thanks. Okay, Karen says, I just want whatever I need to know and hear. Okay, okay. We can most certainly do that. We can most certainly do that. If you don't mind, I think I want to stay with this deck, unless you want a different one. You tell me. You tell me. Either way is perfect, but you let me know. I know what I want and I want it now. I want you, 'cause I'm Mr. Vain. Mr. Right Up, Mr. Wrong. No limit, reach for the sky. No valley too deep, no mountain too high. No no limit. No, 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 there's no limit. No, 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 no. I thought that video was kind of cool. No limit. Some of these groups are still performing live. That's one thing about the past, man. No, not the past. Other countries. Man, them foreign countries, they appreciate and respect their music. When somebody like makes a hit song or a hit record, they can tour and play that song around the world for the rest of their lives. Not in America. In America, you hot for a couple months, if that, and then you're done. You're through. I'm gonna give you one more time and then you're through. In America, you got a couple of months. You better enjoy that fame, because Americans will forget about you quick. But in other countries, man, they accept artists from any time frame. Uh-oh. Oracle Medusa bringing in the good stuff. Pump up the jam, pump it up. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Make my day. Finally, it's happened to me right in front of my face. CC Peniston. Groove is in the heart. You ain't going old enough with that. That's a little too recent. Ace of Base. Aww. Special place in my heart with those songs. Pump up the jam, pump it up. I thought it was so funny to realize that that's not even her. They just hired that woman to, dance on that song and lip sync it, but that's not even her. They did that a lot in the 80s, didn't they? Or the 90s, I should say. Sean says American artists are just as good as their last attempt. Dang. MC Maestro says, I don't like Pump Up the Jam for some reason. It feels like an anti-song that's good. I will attack, and you don't want that. I've got that song in your filing cabinet now. So when I see your name, MC Maestro, one of the things that pops up is I Got the Power. I hope you did that on purpose, because it worked. Aww, Aisha says, you better make my day after telling about Cancerians. Aww. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, and all that she wants is another baby. She lives a lonely life. Oh, good old Ace of Base. Oh man, Eiffel 65 Blue. I really enjoyed that song when it came out, let me tell you. I'm not gonna sing it though. I'm blue, da ba dee da ba die, da ba dee da ba die, da ba dee da ba die. I have a blue house and a blue window, Blue is the color of all that I wear. Blue are the streets and all the trees are blue. I have a girlfriend and she is so blue. Yeah, right. Blue are the people here that walk around, round. Blue like my Corvette, it's standing outside. Enough. All right. So, Gemini, let's get to the message that you need to hear. Travis tarot readings, 50% tarot, 50% songs from the 80s and 90s. Gotta love it, right? Welcome to a glimpse into my head. Sit down and clear my thoughts, and all that remains is sparkly things and songs from the 90s. Not bad, though. Not bad. All right, let's do this. Ten of Wands. This is a card that a lot of people call oppression, and they'd be rightfully so to call it that. The Ten of Wands is represented by the energy of Saturn in Sagittarius, and anytime you find Saturn floating around, there's going to be a heavy burden. There's going to be something that is difficult to move. And since Saturn's energy brings things that are difficult to move, it often indicates a lesson that is unavoidable. That's the thing about Saturn. So this is Saturn in Sagittarius. We think about the fiery energies of Sagittarius, and how there is something involving a spiritual lesson that is very direct, and in a manner of speaking, it has to be gone through, not around, not away from, but gone through. Seven of Wands. Here we are, still with the fiery energy of the Suit of Wands, and this time we're dealing with the energy of Mars and Leo. Mars and Leo. And here you are, standing on your mountain, and you're having to do what you can. Having to do what you can to keep this negativity in its place, to keep it at bay, to fight off these things that challenge your peace, that challenge your place of comfort, right? This is a type of war, but not exactly a war, because as I like to say, the odds look impossible, don't they? 1 against 6. But the fact that she's even attempting this goes to show that there's something that she might know, something that she might realize that isn't as apparent to those below, right? You tell by the boots she's wearing. She understands that there's something on her side, there's something behind her that fuels her resilience. There's something that she has on her side that gives her the strength to stand up for what she believes in, for what's right, and to continue to fight the good fight, not out of desperation and not because there's nothing left, but because she knows that victory is assured as long as she's standing. Now, I had a feeling that this card was going to pull out, especially when I said as long as she's standing. So what we're dealing with here is, again, a massive change. A massive change, a massive shifting. Because with these different phases always comes an ending. And one thing to keep in mind also is that we've got this sun here. And I read in a book earlier today that said the sun was setting, but I don't agree with that. I see the sun rising, not just because I want to be optimistic, but these cards are not drawn haphazardly. You see, that sun is in the position of the east, not the west. If it was in the west, it'd be setting, but it's rising in the east, which means that as one phase comes to a close, there's another one dawning. MC Maestro says the Tudor rose, white rose. Justice. Justice. So here, she holds the scales of balance. And notice her gaze is set towards you and above. What we're dealing with is there is an energy here that is placing the emphasis on the correct, right, and just course of action, not based on what one person may have an opinion about or what one person may feel, but based on a higher purpose, a higher goal. Notice the equal sign on her chest. We're really dealing with fairness, balance, on a level that goes beyond ego and personal attachment. And this is very similar to the High Priestess card in that there's a veil behind her, upheld by the two pillars, concealing the truth from those who don't have the refinement enough to witness it directly. So again, the energy of balance and justice here is based on something that most people aren't able to see. So it's best left concealed so that they don't even ask questions about it. Part of what's happening here has an origin in the unseen. Now, that doesn't mean unseen to everybody, but unseen to those who wouldn't be able to understand it just yet. Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands, and this is one of the queens that we haven't pulled yet today. The queen representing the reflective aspect. The reflective aspect. And interesting, right? We talked about the vitiligo on the tortoise that I saw earlier today. Very cool how this works out. So this reflective nature, right, really coming from the sense of justice, the sense of transformation and change and death of the old, the sense of standing your ground against all odds, and this energy of heavy burden, all of that compiled together, and still, the fire cannot be quenched. We're talking about water of fire, the watery aspect of fire. So here's steam instead. And where fire won't do, steam will. You ever cook vegetables steamed? You'll notice that the nutrients are retained as opposed to it just being grilled hot on that skillet. Starts to get crispy black, and some nutrients are naturally burned away. The steam allows for things to be transformed and changed without necessarily having to lose anything. So take a look within and see what is being transformed, what is being changed, what is being pulled out of one thing and mixed with the other. Think about those vegetables being steamed. The nutrients are leached into the water, right? Hazard Pi says, or a sauna. Yes, right? Imagine a sauna. Again, how some of the toxins of the body leave through the water, leave through the pores, how the steam causes that transformation, how it doesn't utterly destroy in its transformation, it literally shifts things from one state to another. And it's hot in that sauna, it's uncomfortable, but there's transformation happening. Thank you, Hazard Pi. There's transformation happening. There's change happening. There's pressure applied. There's a shifting. There's a shifting. Enchanted Cottage says this is confirmation of some things. Okay, okay, good, good. Riders on the storm. Interesting. MC Maestro says the Snoop Dogg remix is gold, but bad early 2000s gold. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one. The Doors remix that I've heard of was one that Skrillex did. I didn't know Snoop Dogg made one. I mean, I guess I probably did, but I don't remember it. Snoop Dogg, da 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 da. It's the SNOPDOGG. I forgot how it goes. I know my son used to hate when I did that when he was a baby. It's the DOGG. Snoop Dogg. Oh, I used to hate that. Enchanted Cottage says, yep, not everyone can see or understand, so just leave it behind the veil for now. Right. And, you know, some people might say gatekeeping or whatever, but honestly, like, just like the High Priestess card, what is veiled for a reason. There are some things that can and should only be handled by those who are competent and able enough to handle them. Can and should because for a person to handle some of these things when they're not ready can cause harm, can cause detriment, right? Can cause pain and suffering. So some things are best left behind the veil. There's a veil for a reason. Hidden from the profane to prevent abuse against themselves and abuse against others. MC Maestro says, gatekeep girl boss energy. Hey. It is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. It is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. I don't know if that's a real song or just a Fortnite emote. So what do you think about that, Enchanted Cottage? How does that sound? Does that reflect some of what has been going on in your thoughts and in your feelings? Does it help to maybe point to some actionable steps, or at least give a bit of comfort, or, you know, shine a light on some things? Enchanted Cottage says, absolutely represents what's been going on and confirms what I felt I needed to do. Excellent. 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 And it was important that those specific aspects of this whole thing were touched on. Good, good. I hope that brings some balance and some clarity to you. For sure. For sure. For sure. Jake, I need the money, Jake. Jake, I need the money. Give me that money. This is my evidence. You want to go to jail or you want to go home? I want to go home, Jake. Just give me the money. Let me go home, Jake. It's not going to happen. Jake, go ahead and bounce, homie. We got your back. What? Oh, no, you didn't. No, you... Enchanted Cottage says, even down to the planets, Saturn and Mars. Interesting. Interesting. King Kong ain't got shit on me. I run this piece. I run shit here. You just live here. Oh, man. Empty Master says, it's always fun when somebody remembers that whole scene. You got to, man. You got to, because those lines, they just all go so well together in context. And Denzel's probably the greatest actor of our time, so how pleasant is it to be able to recite one of his performances? You disloyal, fool-ass, bitch-made punk. Jake! Come back here! I need my money! Okay. Alright. You think you can do this shit, Jake? You think you can do this shit to me? You motherfuckers will be playing basketball in Pelican Bay. When I get finished with you, shoot program, nigga. 23-hour lockdown. I'm the man up in this piece. I didn't realize that. I thought all this time that shoe program meant that they'd be in the jail working on shoes, like some kind of Chinese slave labor kind of thing. But no, shoe program actually is SHU. What was it, like? What is it? Separate housing unit or something like that? Segregated housing unit? Basically where you are, you know, in a cell by yourself for 23 hours. You'll never see the light of day. Who the fuck you think you fucking with? I'm the man up in this piece. Yeah, that's right. Go and walk away. You better walk away, because I'm going to burn this motherfucker down. Golly. What a terrible, terrible scenario. Terrible scenario. MC Maestro says, I showed it to my friend for the first time. He was stunned at the end, thinking it was going to be a heartfelt story about a guy healing a crooked cop. No, not that movie. Maybe a different movie, but not this one. Jake barely made it out by the skin of his teeth, boy. Them Mexicans was finna do something strange to him. You hear the question they asked him before they took him to that bathtub? Whew. That's why it always pays to be a good person and do what's right. Because you never know. You never know. Alright. So, Tivetai says, I have a request, if I may, for the Rackham Willie Ascended Masters deck. Gotcha. MC Maestro asking if it had been pushed in. Man, that was a bad scenario, boy. That was a bad scenario. If you could ask that question in a scenario like that, that's a wrap. Just don't find yourself in those scenarios. Just don't do that. MC Marshall says the bathroom low-key probably was one of the most tense scenes in cinema history. Yeah, I can agree with that. Whew. That was going to be the end of Jake. A horrible end at that. He didn't even deserve all that. All right, Tivetai. Tivetai, what is your three? Sun, moon, and ascendant, if you're willing to share. Jake kept that money, boy. He said, that's my evidence. You want to go to jail or you want to go home? Oh, I want to go home, Jake. Just give me the money, let me go home. Jake, I need the money, Jake. Give me that money. It's not going to happen. Oh, wait, you going to jack me now? You going to jack me for my own money? All right. That's all right. I don't give a fuck. I'm still winning. I'm winning anyway. I can't lose. You can shoot me, but you can't kill me. All right. Let's do this. Your question, was it general or was it specific? Where my dogs at? Bark with me now. Bow, wow, wow. Yippee, yo, yippee, yay. Rack, Allah, ha, ha, rack, bar. Allah. Lot of Capricorn. All right. Love. Gotcha. All right, let's do this then. Tivetai. Followed by MC Maestro, and then that would be it. That would be it. Okay, so speak to me. Treat yourself, don't cheat yourself. Well, another reoccurring friend, different deck and everything. That's how you know. Knight of Swords, right? The horse doesn't look so terrified this time around. Hell, he looks annoyed. Is he rolling his eyes? Here go this motherfucker again. Always grabbing the reins too tight and charging all over the place. So here we have the Knight of Swords, right? And the Knight of Swords, we're dealing with heir of air, right? Heir of air. You could tell because the horse has wings. There's a lot of impulsivity here. There are a wealth of ideas. There are a lot of mental gymnastics even, right? You probably got a lot going on in your head right now, a lot on your mind. Probably a lot of ideas, a lot of theories, a lot of probably even ideas for projects that you want to embark upon. But there's a lot going on in your mental space, a lot of movement, a lot of movement. Look now, Eight of Pentacles. It's time to get to work. It's time to get to work. You've got these ideas. right? You've got these thoughts, you've got these concepts that are rushing and running around. It's time to take some of them and ground them. It's time to grab some of them and actually put them into this manifest physical dimension. Pentacles, right? The dense, hard earth. Hold up. Wasn't that girl asking repeatedly about a Capricorn reading? And then she disappears as soon as it happens? That's how it works, ain't it? But anyways, it's time to ground these things. It's time to take these ideas, take these concepts, and put them into reality. Ground them, plant them. MC Maestro says she was asking for Cancer, I think. Okay. So check this out now. We've got double night. Knight of Wands. We're no stranger to this card. So here's the thing. There's a strong energy for you right now about taking action. That is the message being conveyed to you right now. Take action, right? That's heavy on these three cards, especially this third one. Take action, right? There are a lot of ideas that you have, maybe about a specific thing, or maybe a bunch of ideas to go in different directions. You know specifically. Take those ideas and put some of them into fruition, right? Because you might think that this is just going to be forever. You don't know that. But what you do know is that what you ground and connect with this material plane has a very real chance of manifesting to its fullest. And here's the beautiful thing. Once you create, right? Once you create this framework, this paradigm, once you create this space that your thoughts are trying to get you to do, it can now be filled. It can now become a house, a home, a temple for the vibrant spiritual energy that causes change on this plane. I said at the beginning of this video, a lot of people think to themselves, what can one man do? What can one woman do? Right? What can one person do to change the world? Well, here's the thing. You don't realize how connected you are to the world at large, to the collective consciousness, to the collective unconscious. You don't realize how integral you are to the whole. And you won't know until you experiment. You won't know until you build something that you can fill with spirit, and you can observe and take notice and take a sense of control. But you got to ground some of these thoughts, some of these concepts. Let me know how we're doing so far, Tibetai. One of Swords, right? You seem to have the power right now. One of Swords. We're dealing with the mental plane. We're dealing with the thoughts, so many ideas, so many concepts. There's got to be some of them that you can do right now. There's got to be some of them. You've got to build the structure so it can be filled with spirit, right? Because once you do that, you'll get even more specified on what to do next. This looks like a phase for you where you're being given the information that you need. You're being given the information that you need, and it's coming from a higher place. No matter what the physical channel is, the information that you need is making its way to you by any means necessary. You better be doing something with it. Because this is not just, oh, here you go, right? The universe, God, existence, whatever you call it, is a gigantic system of balance and harmony. And if right now you are the recipient for this data, then this is where you're supposed to be, and that's what you're supposed to be doing. So step into it, embrace it by taking action. The Knights are a card of taking action. The Fool. I was hoping the Fool would appear at some point, because we've talked about the Fool a lot. This might seem like, just cut to it, nobody's going to understand what the hell you're doing until you get about halfway done with it. So you can't be sitting here listening to other people's opinions. You can't be sitting here taking advice and this, that, and the third from people who don't see your vision. You can't do that if you hope to succeed. You can do that if you want, but if you hope to succeed, you can't be sitting up here taking other people's opinions about what you're doing right now, because they simply cannot understand it. As it is, it's in a vibrational state. You've got to ground it so it can be something that other people can perceive. Then and only then will their opinions count. Because right now they can't perceive what you're perceiving. So don't worry about what these other people have to say. You're going to look like a fool to them. You're going to look like you're wasting your time to them. You're going to look like you don't know what you're doing. That's fine. As I stated, you're getting downloads from a higher place, right? You're getting information from a higher space. Even the fool can attest to that, because this is the card that's attached to Kether, right? And he may seem like he doesn't have a care in the world, that he's just lost and confused and dressed funny and about to step off the edge of a mountain. He doesn't need to know what he's doing, because he's following pure intuition. Pure intuition. The system that he lives within knows what he's doing, and if it facilitates his mission, the world supports him. He's not going to fall off that edge. For all we know, that edge is just a step, right, with another one right underneath it. He's fine, and you're fine. Do what you do. Do what you got to do. Don't worry about what these other people have to say, because they're not going to see it like you see it. They can't, because it's in a vibrational state. You know what I mean? Like when we have ideas for things, before we actually create it, it's just a vibration. And we slowly translate that vibration into words and images. And then we go through the process of manifesting it in the physical. So don't expect these people to back you up and understand you yet. Eventually, once it's concrete and they can see it, yes. But right now, you got pure light streaming into your heart. Take action and solidify it. This is a reading of action. Take action. Patchwork says payment sent for my reading. Okay, got you. Tivetai says, okay, thanks. All right. I trust that the message was received. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. Sie ist der hellste Stern von allen und gib mir vom Himmel fallen. All right, cool beans. All right. Tivetai says, not sure how to connect that to my love life, but I'm sure if I sleep on it, it will sink in. Okay, so again, one of the main messages and themes that I'm seeing here is take action. The other theme that I'm seeing here is that this has a lot to do with your thought process and how you're structuring how you think about love. Not so much how you feel. I don't see very much here about how much you feel, but I see that there's a lot going on with your thought process, right? Perhaps what you do you think about what the relationship would look like, or what you're looking for, what you're ready for. This has a lot to do with being a self-reflection, right? So what's the state of you right now? Are you in a place where you feel like you'd be ready for a relationship, where you would be ready for love? Do you feel like you're in a place intellectually, mentally, and energetically, right? Is there balance in these places for you, to where if someone were to enter your life, the balance wouldn't be upset? Perhaps it's going to help to take a good look at how you structure your thoughts around love. Maybe there's a bunch of conflicting ideas. Maybe there's a bunch of conflicting ideas that need to be addressed. Maybe there's more experience that's needed in the realm of understanding what love actually looks like, what it's manifested as. Maybe there's an examination, right? Maybe there's more that you can learn about the person or type of person that you're interested in. Why, right? Why are you looking for the things that you're looking for? And maybe, just maybe, you do have a very good sense of who you're looking for and what you're looking for. And perhaps you realize that other people wouldn't understand that. But in any case, like I said, people don't see the vision until it's brought down to a level that they can witness it with their five senses. So maybe it's going to be your best bet to continue to do what you know to do, regardless of the opinion and influence of others. Because it'll only be after the fact that they start to understand, if other people are a factor in your decision-making process. Patchwork says, I would have sent it earlier, but I'm at work and can't be on my phone much, so I'm listening to the readings. Okay, cool. So we're gonna do Maestro next, and then you'll be after that. All right, Tavetai says, nice. The clarification was useful and spot on. Cool. Cool beans. All right, Maestro, let me guess. Are we going with the... We're probably going with the Vedic this time, I'm sure of it. MC Maestro. Patrick says, awesome, appreciate it, and everything you do, Travis. Aww. MC Marshall says, girl boss gatekeep deck, please. Sure thing. All right, High Priestess. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. MC Max says it's going to take a minute for me to type my question. Good, then I'll take a minute to shuffle up this deck to make sure all the girl bosses are equally separated, so that no number of gatekeeping will be taking place here. Oops. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, but all that she wants is another baby. Oh, yeah. Be my lover, lover. Okay, so MC Maestro says, what do I need to do or see? I have a slight idea, but after releasing this girl after a year and seeing the pattern that brought me to her, I'm kind of lost. I have some direction, but things for life feel in the air right now. Okay. All right. What do I need to do or see? What do I need to do or see? All right. So to begin with, Four of Swords. Four of Swords. Certainly has a lot on her mind. However, this is a good thing because it is now triggering a state of meditation, right? There's a big underlying theme of self-reflection and introspection happening right now, and it very well may be that this experience is an experience that has triggered a season of meditation, of self-reflection, of going within and finding a stability of mind. For stability, Swords, mind, finding a stability of mind by going in and doing a bit of self-reflection, a bit of meditation, right? Five of Wands. Now the Four of Swords is ruled by Jupiter and Libra. Jupiter and Libra, an expansion of balance, Jupiter and Libra, but the Five of Wands is ruled by Saturn. Saturn in Leo. Now again, whenever we see Saturn, we see a very heavy situation, right? Lead. A heavy situation. And as I said before, this isn't something you can move around or move away from. It can only be moved through. So Saturn in Leo, Leo representing the heart, right? Leo representing the heart. Seems like a conflict of interest. It seems like nobody's on the same page here. It seems like everybody's got a different vision for how things are supposed to go. Everybody's vying for control, fighting for the upper hand. And it seems like this may be a fight that can't be avoided, a fight that does not come without casualties. The Chariot. So interestingly enough, I looked into the Chariot card earlier today, and I found that this is more than just movement, more than just transportation, more than just a physical chariot. When we're talking about this card, we're dealing with dominion. We're dealing with having control, ruling with an iron fist. With the understanding that the moment that that power slips is when everything is going to be turned upside down. Because those under the control of an iron fist are only waiting for their opportunity. Waiting for their opportunity. So let's put this together. Now's the time to step back, reflect, meditate, chill, look within, balance those heavy thoughts. Because the battle that is going on here, the conflict of interest, the conflict of awareness and attention, the conflict of where to allocate your energy. Well, this is a current conflict that cannot be skipped, avoided, or bypassed. It must be addressed, and it must be addressed with an iron will. Because these very same forces that are seeking to rip apart everything that you've worked for thus far, these very same forces that are seeking to disturb your peace, to throw you off of your center, and to keep you disorganized, those very same forces can only be overcome with direct domination. And like I said in the first reading, don't get comfortable once you've achieved that, because those same forces are only waiting for their chance to rise up again. To rise up again. Page of Pentacles. So perhaps this is a good time for you to kind of start over in a way, become a student again in a way, and to really start to think creatively about new solutions. I watched a study earlier today about these guys who tried to find out about what makes a genius, right, and where geniuses come from. And what they did in their study was they went to elementary school really early on. I don't remember what grade, but really early grades. And they did some tests on the kids and saw that there was like 85% geniuses, right? They had a certain criteria that they judged to see, who was a genius. And the number was very high. I want to say 85, if not 90% of the kids scored that they were geniuses. And they're like, okay, cool. They came back a couple years later, right? Interviewed the children and saw that the number actually dropped a bit, right? At this point, it was now like probably about 50. And they kept coming back every couple of years, only to realize that by the time the children were high school age, the number had dropped significantly down to maybe 2%, I think it was. It dropped down to the single digits, right? Dropped down to the single digits. So what that story showed was that, first of all, genius is the ability to utilize creativity in such a way that you can solve problems and create solutions. That's what geniuses do. And they found that all children have the potential to be a genius, but we're taught and we learn how to think differently than what we've been given. So that diminishes our expression as geniuses. And right now, what the Page of Pentacles is telling us is to remember that part of you that is a genius. To remember that part of you that is able to think outside of its perceived conflicts, perceived stresses, and to find solutions that require your creativity. Why? Because what you're up against here, the root of the problem is a set of unbalanced forces that can only be overcome by dominion. And what that means is that these forces are not going to be disciplined once they're overcome. They're just going to be subdued. So in order to truly overcome these forces, it's going to take a little bit of creativity. It's going to take the creativity of youth. And that, my friend, is going to be the key to this level of graduation. That, my friend, is going to be the key to moving past this particular level. This particular level. That's going to be the ticket for ascension. That's going to be the ticket for expanding. MC Maestro says, any spirit recommendations? The Juggernaut. You ever heard of the Juggernaut from X-Men and how he's not a mutant, but he's got his hands on the gem of Cyttorak? Cyttorak. Cyttorak is a spirit in the Marvel Universe that was a very powerful demigod. And it actually died, and you'll see Cyttorak appear in multiple places. Cyttorak was a super strong entity, very Mars force. That's why it's red. Well, anyways, long story short, the guy who was Juggernaut visited the cave and found this ruby of Cyttorak, and that ruby imbued him with the powers of that entity, that unstoppable force of dominating power. Right? Now, that's not the only place that you'll find Cyttorak. You'll also find Cyttorak used by Doctor Strange. He has a particular spell where he binds someone with the binds of Cyttorak. In other words, when he uses that spell, the person cannot break free from those binds. Cyttorak was very powerful when it came to domination. Cyttorak. But it doesn't stop there, because one of our favorite motorcycle riding justice people uses a chain that is constructed out of the very bones of Cyttorak. Any idea who that might be? Let me give you a hint. There we go. Riding on his motorcycle, wielding the chains that are actually made out of the bones of Cyttorak, right? They found his body, they created a chain out of the bones, and that chain is wielded by So, you ask about a spirit recommendation. I would say follow that train of thought. Follow that chain of thought. If it's good for Juggernaut, if it's good for Doctor Strange, if it's good for Ghost Rider, it might be good for you. Doctor Strange. Do something strange for a piece of change. I knew I went off on that wild goose chase rabbit hole tangent for a reason. Firecracker, firecracker, sis, boom, ba. Watch me whip and watch me nay nay. Watch me whip and then watch me nay nay. All right. All right. So how y'all doing? How we doing? Looks like we've got one more reading to do. Got you here, Patchwork. Let me know if you're here, Patchwork, or if you're still working. I know that you're on the clock right now, so you gotta be indiscreet. You gotta be incognito. You don't want the boss man to catch you doing any Dr. Strange on the clock. No Dr. Strange on the clock. See, they caught wind of me doing some Dr. Strange on the clock, and they got really paranoid, and then they fired me. And that was the best thing to happen to me, because I said I'm never going back to no 9 to 5, working for no idiot, for no emotionally disturbed, mentally disturbed jackass. Never again, never again. I took my studies seriously and figured out how to free myself from that system. Dr. Strange. All right, Patchwork. Don't let the boss man know. Yes, a boss. I was not doing any Dr. Strange on the clock, boss. Good old Christian folk. That's me, boss. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Yes, sir. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Won't he do it? Ato Malkut Vigibura Vigidula Leolam. Amen. What you doing in there, boy? I'm just reciting a prayer, sir. To thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Amen. All right. All right. Yes, sir, he is the victory. Little does he know I'm talking about me. Yes, sir, he is the victory. Amen. Won't he do it? I will do it. All right. Let me stop. The sleeplessness is taking over. MC Maestro says, "What you humming over there, bud? What you humming over there, bud?" Right. Does the name Spanky Johnson ring a bell? Who? Who? All right. So, let me check. Did you have a specific question, or was this general? Let me see if I can scroll up and find it. Kennard, peace. Chill Will, peace. Where you going, city boy? Okay, I see. Belial. Okay, cool. Let's get with it then. Bump up the volume. Okay, yeah. I just checked and saw that you had a specific question, and we will get to that. Dwayne Brigoli says, I'm a Sag. Nice. I identify as a Gemini. At least that's what she said.
Life of a simple man, taught that everyone else is dirty. Love is meaningless. Ooh, I'm so soiled.
I think Patchwork might know that one. Kirti Katal says, read my tarot card. Sure thing. But first, check the link that I have pinned at the top of my comments. Dwayne Bergoli says, is this a game?
You think it's a game? You think this a game?
This is real life, and I ain't faking, man. I ain't cool with you niggas, so I ain't shaking hands. All right, shuffling up for you, Patchwork. Let's get it.
You think it's a game?
All right. Kirti Katal says, I don't have money. Well, didn't you say you were a Cancer? You said you was a Cancer, so listen up. Haha, I knew you'd get it. Patchwork. Cold and silent, soiled face, I will wash it all away. My love is all she's ever needed from me. Oh, Lord. All right, shout out to King Belial. You're welcome. Kirti Katal says your voice is very scary. You should see me with a crown. All right, so let's begin. Judgment. A time of reckoning. A time that shows who's been paying attention and who has not been paying attention. A time that illustrates, demonstrates who's been paying attention and who's not been paying attention. Let's see how this lines up. Ace of Wands. Seed of Inspiration. Five of Swords. A competition with some hurt feelings. All right. So it appears that what we're dealing with here in reference to this mode of transport is that we've entered a situation here where there has been an opportunity presented, and this was an opportunity that kind of came and went. In other words, it was a very short window for this opportunity to be taken advantage of. Now, I don't know if you took advantage of it or not, but regardless, it gave you some inspiration. It gave you a new idea. It gave you a new direction to move towards, right? It showed you that there was something possible that perhaps you did not consider. And here you are now considering this new opportunity. However, in order for you to do that, in order for you to win, someone's going to have to lose. Someone's going to have to lose. And I think that that is playing a part in this decision that you're about to make. Now, you can say, for example, it's almost like a contest, right? Maybe there's a contest where there's a prize, and you know that there's somebody else who really wants the prize just as much as you do, if not more. MC Maestro says, gotta hunt down Sitarak. All right, peace, peace. Let me know what you find. We could even conceive of like a contest, right? Where you know that there's somebody else that you may or may not care about who really wants this thing just as bad as you do. But you know that if you enter, there's a high chance that you'll win and that you'll get this thing. Again, that's just an example of this metaphor here. But there's a type of energy here that you've been inspired to make a certain kind of move. And this certain kind of move implies that someone else is going to have to lose. Someone's going to have to get cut off. Maybe they emotionally won't be able to handle it. Maybe they mentally won't be able to handle it. But this is all stemming from judgment, right? This is all stemming from something that, for those who were paying attention, this is going to be wonderful. And for those who weren't, well, you're going to be the one that's lost out. Ace of Cups. A lot of newness, a lot of freshness here, right? A lot of fresh. Maybe you're looking for something new and you're seeing a couple of potential investments. Or maybe somebody's offering something to you that looks good. Maybe you know that there's somebody else who's looking at it too. In any case, it looks like the options being presented, actually, there's options on the way. These are options that are on the way. I say that because these cards have the hands coming in from the right, which typically indicates the future. So there's something that's on the way in the form of an opportunity, right? And you're asking about this transportation. So it seems like you're about to stumble upon something. Something that you'll find very useful and appropriate. Now, this concern here, whatever this concern is, and maybe you can tell me a little bit about it in the chat, but whatever this concern is about some other party or some other person associated with this, it's going to have to happen. It's going to have to happen. With the acquisition, right? With the acquisition or the success of this new transportation, or the opportunity that will lead you to the new transportation, with the acquisition and the success of that, somebody is going to be hurt, right? Emotionally or mentally. It's almost as if this is an opportunity that the other person felt that they deserved or they wanted. But I think you already know that you're in line. That this is your turn. That this is for you. And in any case, if this is something that you're moving towards, if this is something that's going to happen, then it's going to be best not to focus on what was lost. It's going to be best not to focus on the pain. on the perceived injustice or whatever the other person will say to make you feel bad. Take this opportunity and understand that this is what you wanted, right? Again, this is all stemming from this seed of judgment. So it's going to be best to focus on you, taking care of yourself, getting what it is that you need, and understand that there will be someone else, some other party that is going to be a bit hurt by this. It's at this point it's inevitable because they're attached to having the same thing. They're attached to having it, but it's yours. So they're not going to be able to get it. You're going to have to let them go until they become mature enough to see things clearly, right? Because oftentimes when we're attached and our heart breaks, it's extremely difficult for us to see clearly. But don't let that affect you. So Patchwork, if you're able to, let me know how that sounds so far. Let me know how that sounds. Let me know if there's something in here that resonates. Rack bar. Let me know. Oh my. It's getting kind of... 117. Well, I do understand that Patchwork has to be a bit incognito because he's on the clock. But these are typically spot on, so I'll trust that as he's able to watch this, it's able to add some clarity to the situation. What a day. What a day. All right. Well, in that case, I believe that this concludes tonight's tarot reading. In the beginning, I did a reading for the collective, and I always do those first. So if you tuned in and you missed the reading for the collective, just go back and watch the beginning of this video. I want to say within the first hour or so, we do the collective reading. Let's check that out. And if you enjoyed this, I do this on Wednesdays. So tune in same time next week. And we will do this again. Kurti Katal, check this out. Kurti Katal, this one's for you. Kurti Katal. 9 of Swords. 9 of Swords. So there's a lot on your mind. Overwhelmed, anxious, full of anxiety, full of conflicting thoughts. What is it that you've been dwelling on? What is it that consumes you? What is it that keeps you up at night? Kurti Katal says, yes, you're right. Well, perhaps it's time to be a bit more in control of your thoughts. I know it sounds easier said than done, but you're gonna have to sit on the throne of your own mind and begin cutting away those thoughts that do not help you, cutting away those thoughts that do not serve you. You're gonna have to rule your mind like a kingdom. You're gonna have to sit on that throne, and you're gonna have to decide what is useful and what is appropriate, and you're gonna have to get rid of what is not useful and what is not appropriate. No one else can do this for you. No one else will do this for you. Everyone you meet's dealing with their own stuff. So it's up to you to finally sit up straight and breathe deep and focus yourself on what's important and where you're trying to go and how you're going to get there. And it starts with being in control of your thoughts. You rule yourself. You rule your kingdom. You make it right. No one else can and no one else will. So as long as you're looking and searching for someone else to get your mind right, to save you and to help you, you're going to be locked in this state of mind, which is anxious and confused, frustrated. If you want to get out of this, there's no savior, no person. It's you sitting in the driver's seat, and when you feel the pain, you react differently than you've been reacting. You keep driving, you keep going, you don't let it stop you, you don't pull over and step out the car and cry on the side of the road. You keep going, you drive through it, because there's more afterwards. If you observe your thoughts, you'll find that pain does not last. In fact, it fades away. Pain fades away, especially when you pay attention to it without reacting to it. Control yourself, control your mind, save yourself. Yes, you can, right? You've got the equipment to do so. You have the power to do so, even if it doesn't feel like it. You've constructed for yourself a world where your thoughts are heavy. Now construct for yourself a world where the thoughts are light. You built your world the way it is now. Now build it differently. It'll take some time, but you can do it. Look at this image and remember it. Take a screenshot. And come back next time and tell me how that goes for you. Kurti Katal. That's an order. I have prescribed for you an appointment for next week. You tell me how that goes. All right. Time for me to get on up out of here. It's been real. It has. It's been real. I enjoyed this. As I always do. Always pushing something nice. Always covered in ice. All right. So, it's time to go. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I'll see you next time. It's been a good evening. And hopefully it will be an even better morning. Right? Hazard Pie says, thank you. Learning lots every week. Hell yeah. How about that cosmic doctrine, eh? Gotta love it. All right, you all. Enjoy your night. Keep being awesome. See you tomorrow. More than likely. I don't think I went live last Thursday, did I? No, I think I slept. I slept good. But I'll see you tomorrow. And then Saturday. Yeah. So, time to go. Sweet dreams. Astral projection. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Peace.